atubang ta. Alina ang batang ngala na magtuwa-tuwa. Di akong kinabuhi sarang mula tuang tanan. Alina ang batang ngala, alina ang batang ngala, alina ang batang ngala, ang hangin. Atubang ta, atubang ta, atubang ta. Atubang ta.
Ikaw lang win, di ba?
All right, good afternoon everyone. It's 1:05 on my watch and maayong hapon sa tanan. This is the second half of day 1 of Hackbang, the first virtual hackathon in Mindanao, and we are so excited kay daghan na pud kay i-offer sa inyo ng mga resources, mga learning nga inyong makuha karong hapuna. And this is not just for our participants, our mad hackers who are in the virtual workspaces, but kamo nga nananaw nga wala man tuod naka-participate sa actual hackathon, but we are giving you a lot of information right here at Hackbang TV. Katong wala pa nakasubscribe, we are officially naata sa YouTube, Hackbang TV, naata sa Facebook, Hackbang page, naata Instagram, Hackbang PH. And of course, my name's Owen, streaming here in Cagayan de Oro, and we have on the other side, we have from Caraga region, we have our very beautiful host. Hi, Shai.
Hello, Wen! Ayan, nasa afternoon session na tayo. Grabe, ganito pala to run TV program. Pero lahin
Yes.
siyang hakbang, Wen. Kay ganina pa ba yatang buntag, no? We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning. And there's just no stopping us, guys. Kay daghan yun me prepare para sa inyohan na at hydroponics, which we have just up next. So please stay tuned for that. Kaya ang time na daghan kaayo na lingaw sa gardening. So if you are interested in hydroponics, then do stick around. We have an amazing speaker who's already backstage with us. And of course, we will also have somebody about persuasion with a mind. Not
diba? Persuasion with a good intention. Dili naman yung parang ano, kaya basin ba magamit for a different thing.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And then we also have the business side of food. And then we will also have a talk with women. What are the things that the women are going through because of this pandemic? What are the mothers going through? What are the ones who are staying home and working at home and being a mother as well? So we're gonna have a spotlight on these women later on. Tapos napatay artificial intelligence.
Yes, interesting na siya, Shai.
So super interesting. But before we go ahead with our next speaker, we just want to give a quick shout out to kanang mga nagtanaw this morning. Salamat gid sa inyo tanan. We had almost 2,000 viewers watching in, coming in and out, and that's okay. Ang naman po na sila dito sa ating time, diba? Pero gwapo kaayo kay they've really been interested in what we've been showing because as much as possible, we really try to make these topics relevant to the times and of course helpful sa inyo tanan. So we want to say hi to Hazel Fuerzas, Noel Tanza, Christian Catalogo, Angeli Bagasbas, Durf, Pael Dajao, Neneng Sanoy. So those are just some of the people who are watching us karon. Salamat kaayo Mindanao. Go ahead, Well, on your
Yes.
side.
On my side, I would say maayong hapon to Jemsay Berdos, Marie Fabria, Tita Gay Jimeno Achacoso Tidalgo of DTI. We have one of our mentors, Miss Angie Culiera. Maayong hapon, ma'am. We also have Kath Pineda of Project Lupad. Thank you for watching this afternoon's edition of Hackbang TV. Shai.
Yeah. So, and dami nating naka-line up talaga, Wen. And even as we are going through this, so syempre nakikita nyo kami, we're cool, we're calm, we're collected. But in truth, grabe na among pag-type sa harap, no? Grabe na among...
Lalim, guys.
Lalim, but it is a lot of fun because we ourselves are just trying to cope with the limitations as well. And tignan nyo naman, guys, diba? Thank you to our team who is our technical team and our prod team working in the background. These guys are making us look good with their graphics and everything. We want to thank them real quick. Dave Franco, thank you. Comspec, you guys are just a pillar of strength to us here. Direk Ramsey, ang tawag namin sa kanya. Si Direk Jimbo yan. Thank you for directing us. Kong and
Aldre,
Aldrin, thank you so much for making us look good over here. Pero dili yun sa lalim, guys. There's a lot going on in the background. And yet, para tayong kanang swan, yung gabi winter sila.
Yes, and also thank you to Dan Baulete, our broadcast engineer, and also to our production designers, Dave Franco and Kim Lim, for all the wonderful graphics na inyong kakakita on screen. They're so amazing. And of course, our EP, all the way from Switzerland, Rhea Ongyu, and of course, our communications manager in Dubai, Sheena, and our sales director here in Cagayan de Oro, Novi. Muni sila ang busy po dito sa Slack siya nga nag-entertain sa atong mga mentors and participants.
Diba? Daghan kaayo. So, you have an international team working behind the computer. This is the new normal, guys. So we're really there are limitations, di ni makagawas. As you can see, naarami sa among balay, pero it's not impossible to do things behind the computer. Mao nang proud kaayo mi once again sa mga mad hackers. We would like to call our hackers that, no, na even if naalang ta sa balay, that's not stopping you guys from making a difference. Busy na kaayo sila sa atong Slack. Hopefully later on when makasama natin ng isa sa atong mga mentors. So just ask how they're doing so far.
Yes, we are already sending out a message on our Slack channel for the mentors. If you are ready and your team would like to share a little bit of information, not naman lahat. Kasi baka di ba, mauna na kayo asain mo ang pag-pitch. But a little bit of information kung asa naman mo sa inyong preparation as of this afternoon. So ayan, so we would like to ask our mentors, maybe you would like to go live and share your story so far. So please do message us and inform us via Slack if you are ready. Ayan, Shai.
So yeah, let's go ahead and jump in because our speaker is already backstage with us. I know we've had him on COVID conversations over coffee, and naanata, who would have thought that we would actually get to this day and really pull this thing off. So let's get this going. Win, I will give you the floor to introduce our next.
Yeah, but I would like to keep the suspense hanging, Shai. I think we have our sponsors before we say before na to siya ipasulod, because this is going to be an interesting topic. Sa katong karon pa niabot, we will be sharing to you the basics of hydroponics. And before that, ladies and gentlemen, guys, we would like to thank the following sponsors. right. So, good afternoon, everyone, once again. So, we are live here at Hackbang TV. And as I promised earlier, we have someone here nga mag-share sa atua ang basics sa hydroponics. Katong mga bag-o man ni sa ilang pagdungog sa hydroponics, i-explain ni sa atong bisita karong hapuna. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor, it is my privilege to introduce to you the co-founder of Kids Who Farm. Of course, iyaning na-create ni siya nga organization or movement together with his daughter, Raina. So ladies and gentlemen, ani ana ang atong bisita for this afternoon to talk about this kind of gardening. Please welcome Monsini Hinay, all the way from Zamboanga City. Hi, Mons!
Hello, maayong hapon, buenas tardes, good afternoon sa atong tanan. And welcome sa day 1 sa Hackbang.
Yes,
so we're very
buenas
much
tardes.
happy to be part of this. Yeah.
Sige
Thank
mo,
you,
so
Owen.
I will leave you with the viewers for now. Just call me back later for the question and answer. So guys, mag-uban sa mo ni Monsini pagkakaroon, kita data later. Okay? So Mons, take it away.
All right, so good afternoon everyone. So I'm just gonna share my screen para yeah. There you go. Yeah. So I am Munir Hinay, or Owen also called me Monsi. So I am from Kids Who Farm. So before I'm gonna present ang topic, which is I'm tasked to deliver about something on hydroponics. Let me introduce first ang amuang gamay nga advocacy initiative here in Zamboanga. So we are called Kids Who Farm. So basically, the idea is that our food doesn't come from a box, no? And it's very unfortunate nga dagan sa mga bata karon wala na sila kabalo asa gikan ang ilang pagkaon, no? So ang amo ang gusto i-emphasize nga of course doesn't come from a box, gikan na siya sa mga nagtoil nagproduce atong pagkaon, which are the farmers. And it's very apt, no, kasi just like a few days ago we celebrated Jose Rizal's 159th birth anniversary. And we would like to emphasize nga the youth is the hope of the future. And when it comes to the youth, we also consider them as the future of food security. Yan. So it's very challenging na task para sa mga kabatanunan, but I think mao ni siya, no, ang atong kailangan i-strengthen, no. Kids Who Farm as a movement also wants to really build, no, the next generation of food producers, no. So that's why ako kauban na akong daughter, si Raina, who is a 10-year-old grade 4 student. We co-founded Kids Who Farm with the idea of inspiring future farmers, no. Katong mga bata nga nag-eskwela pa, mga youth, and hopefully we can, you know, encourage them plant a seed, no, sa ilaha nga to eventually tackle agriculture. So pagdako nila, o ang importante, no, learn to grow their food, no, as a life skill, no. So mo na ang tumong og tuyo ni Kids Who Farm. On a bigger aspect, ang Kids Who Farm mo ni among vision, no, we want to reverse the persistent trend of aging Filipino farmers, no. How to do that? Of course, it's a very challenging task, pero we want to hopefully contribute in educating the youth in agriculture, creating urban green jobs opportunities for them to be engaged in growing food, not just to secure their food, but maybe down the line, they become our future food producers, no, to supply food for us and ensure there will be food security in the future. So ang motto namo always, ingon pa sa mga bata, kailangan daw sayon og dali lang para mas dali makabalo. So our motto is to make farming fun and easy. So kasi kung dili siya fun, dili siya easy, murag lisod kayo i-convince ang mga bata nga magtuon og agriculture, lalo na nga na siya technical aspect of it, no. And of course, karon nga mga panahona na ata sa situation nga mas kailangan nato i-emphasize ang concept sa food security. So as defined, ang pinaka-importante nga ma-address at this point, no, is access to food, no. So that's why importante ang role sa pag-address sa food security, lalo na nga gina-challenge siya because of the global pandemic. As mentioned by the UN Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez, no, unless we take immediate action, it is increasingly clear that there is an impending food emergency globally, no? So, how can we address that as a global situation? Ang amo ang nakita ang solusyon is always um, to go back to our homes. And when we're talking about Filipinos in general, over the last 3 or 4 months, no, mo ni siyang figure nga very unfortunate, no, na 4.2 million Filipinos are experiencing involuntary hunger over the last 3 months. And kami from Kids Who Farm, we always emphasize the role of the family, no, the role of our homes in ensuring food security. So that's why we want to encourage home gardening, no. So when we say home gardening, this is not just like ordinary garden lang, but we want to emphasize that home gardening is actually a farming system, no, na pwede nato ma-practice ang agriculture production in the comforts of our home, and it can provide number of benefits, no, one of which is like passive income because you're not gonna buy na kay pagkaon, and of course involving family members in the whole activity of growing food, no. This is very important lalo na atong mga kabataan nara sa ilang mga balay. And of course ang last is that mo ni siya naghatag sa ato og good food supply, no. So ang good food supply is something na dili nato ma-assure, no, or ma-ensure kung gikan sa gawa. So kung naatay ka ugalingon nga backyard, naatay ka ugalingon nga source of food, mas better for us, no. So that's why we want to emphasize grow your own food. And one of the technologies, no, pag-abot sa grow your own food, of course we're talking of a number of technologies, no, dili lang isa duha, but there's a plethora of technologies na pwede kopyahon, pwede nato i-apply sa ato ang panimalay, depende sa unsay kaya nato, no. So kami diri sa Kids Who Farm, we're exploring, we're promoting a number of technologies, and one of the technologies that you can actually do that makes farming fun and easy is hydroponics, no. So I'm sure na-encounter na ninyo I mean, there's a lot of people who's doing hydroponics. Kami, we're also a student, no? Estudyante pa Miss Hydroponics. So that's why our presentation will focus more on introductory topics, no, on hydroponics. So although naami gamay nga demo on DIY starter kits down the line sa among presentation, but we want to make this something that will tickle your imagination, will encourage you to start your very first hydroponic container. Okay? So, hydroponics, review lang takadali about history. So, it's actually a term coined by Dr. William Jerick of University of California in Berkeley. It's about growing plants in water, no? So, kung saan pa soilless, so wala yuta nga involved, no? And in hydroponics, no, the plant roots absorb a balanced nutrient dissolved in water that meets all the plant development requirements. So, it's just a proof na you can actually grow food in water, provided that the nutrient management is being addressed. And in the case of hydroponics, ang tanan nga nutrient nga kailangan sa atong tanom naa diha sa tubig nga mooy tubuan sa inyong tanom. So, and of course, hydroponics is also is a term, no, that comes from the word hydro, meaning water, and ponus, meaning labor or working in water. So, mo na siyang brief history about hydroponics, no. And hydroponics has been around, no, for decades, no, since 1920s pa, but over the years naga-improve ang technology sa hydroponics. And basically na-set up nga ginasunod ang mga naga-hydroponics, no. And kani akong ginapakita sa inyo karon is just a basic setup, no. Dili pa siya complicated, no. Ang among goal is just to really start, you encourage yung kaya ra man dai, no, kaya ra mag-hydroponics, no. So if you look closely, ang hydroponics ato ang pinaka source of food, no, sa atong tanom is the nutrient solution. So in the nutrient solution, na-added to ang tanan nga fertilizer nga atong kailangan for the plant to grow well. And of course, naa siya growing media. Ang growing media niya dili siya yuta, no, posible siya nga other material, no, other than soil. And it's a compact production system wherein very gamay lang ang ang kailangan nga area for every plant, gamay lang imong kailangan. And you need, of course, water to ensure that nutrients are there, no, na i-absorb sa tanom. So in the photosynthesis process, ang kailangan lang actually is carbon dioxide, water, glucose, plus oxygen. and it will enable the plant to grow well, no, under that condition. Okay? So what are the advantages kung hydroponics? So ang gipili nimo nga way to grow your own food is hydroponics kasi maybe interested ka or sa inyong balay na kay enough space to set up hydroponics or limited lang yun ang space nimo, you want to optimize productivity and dili ka ganahan mag-work sa soil, no? So gusto nimo wala dili mo hugawan imong kamot. So one of the advantages is that because your nutrients plant nutrients, no, dissolve siya sa tubig, ang tanom diretso siya mo paka-absorb, no, sa nutrients nga naa sa tubig, no. So ayun pagali nila ang tanom wala siya naga-discriminate as to the nutrients kung unsay naa nga available, what's there that's ready to be absorbed by the plant, and then ready for the plant to be roots to be absorbed, that's the nutrients that will be absorbed by the plant, no. So the nutrient solution provides for the food of our plant, no. Second advantage is that you can grow plants in a limited area, no, and at the same time you can maximize the use of your space, no. So you can set up hydroponic systems in a limited space, no, because unlike planting in the soil, syempre if you're planting in the soil, the roots, no, travel a lot, no. So in the hydroponic setup, the roots are there just in your container to absorb what is the nutrient, no, that is available. So you can actually multiply your hydroponic system in a limited space, no? So that is another benefit. And the third benefit is generally there's a more view na if you're growing hydroponics, you're actually growing in a hygienic growing system. And based on practice, there are few pests and diseases, no, na ma-encounter sa mga nag-hydroponic farming versus growing in soil. But essentially, ang hydroponics is very good, no, if we're talking also of urban food production systems. Although we want to emphasize na this is not the solution, but a way forward, no? And you can actually mix a number of technologies down the line. But basically, if you have this type of hydroponic system, you can actually grow food, no, and maximize space that you have without using soil, and at the same time using what is available material in your house. Okay, so that's the advantages of hydroponics. So as you move along with hydroponics farming, the more ka na immerse sa technology, the more ka nga maging complicated, no, or more interested in other setup, no. So like for example, these are the types of hydroponic system that's out there that's being followed. So naatay deep water culture, and of course in the photos that you've seen, no, naa siya aerator, no, you can see aerators because that will provide oxygen na kailangan sa tanom, no, in growing. So naapoy wick system katong may pabilo na ebb and flow, mo absorb lang siya, no, i-absorb ang nutrient and then ibalik lang pod, no, ang excess nutrient, and there's the nutrient filled technique, no. So as you go along with hydroponics farming, actually mas ma-interested ka dun dito sa mga other pa systems, no. And of course na yung mga systems nga sayo na apoy systems nga medyo costly, no. Pero ang among gina-encourage is that you start with something that is very easy. Ay lang sa i-complicate. You start with an easy setup or easy type of hydroponics, which is what we call Kratky method. Now, ang Kratky method is also a type of deep water, no, hydroponic system, deep water culture hydroponic system, which is a passive hydroponic technique. Meaning passive, na alam dyan siya, madili kay ka hilabot sa iya, it's just there, you just like leave it there to grow. Of course, you take care of the plant from time to time. But basically, it's growing your food or your vegetable in a suspended, which is suspended above the reservoir of nutrient-rich fertilizer or water. No, so Kratky comes from the word kasi na from the founder or from the creator of this one, which is Dr. Kratky of University of Hawaii. So in Kratky method of hydroponics, you're actually utilizing some of this material, no. So if you have a rock wool, so kani siya mapalit nimo ni siya sa mga hydroponic supply stores or even sa mga agri supply store. So rock wool is being used for your seedling. So para mag-germinate imong seedling, rock wool atong ginagamit, no. which is one option. However, kung wala kay rock wool, you can actually use foam. Kung na kay foam diya nga extra sa balay, foam such as this one, no, gikan sa sponge, you can actually use that as for seed germination. And then for your growing media, you can either use coco peat or coconut peat or clay pellets, no. So ang clay pellets, mura siya kiln dry nga clay, no, and it's being used in hydroponic growing systems. And of course, your nutrient will come from the nutrient solution. Here in the Philippines, sikat ang Snap hydroponics. So daghan kay nagagamit og Snap hydroponics for their nutrient solution. But there's plenty of nutrient solution out there you can actually use. In fact, in my own, I'm experimenting on using organic nutrient solution, vermicasti, using fermented fertilizers, no, in growing my leafy greens. And of course, you need container or reservoir kasi dito nato ibutang ang atong growing media or atong seedlings, no. Ang container can be a balde. You can actually use whatever you have in the house. In my case, I'm setting up some mini hydroponic system using this ice cream bottle, no? Ice cream container. Nga ako lang gibuslutan, gibutangan din ako siya og akong holder sa seedling. And then, yeah. So, mo nang pinaka DIY no, nga hydroponic system nga naa ako diri sa balay. No? And of course, ang logic behind Kratky hydroponics is that punon lang gid mo ang container of tubig and then nutrient-rich water, and in growing leafy vegetables in a span of 30 days, slowly ma-absorb, no, sa roots sa inyong tanom ang nutrients o the longer nga mo taas ang iyang roots, and maybe around 30 days mo na siyang makapag-trigger para motubo gid atong tanom. No? So as shown in the diagram or in the slide, you can grow like leafy vegetables in a short span of time. And of course, I would like to encourage you to grow what is very easy to do, easy to grow na mga leafy greens and herbs, such as your basil. You can actually also grow lettuce in hydroponics. In fact, ang lettuce ang pinaka medyo sikat, no? Nga type of leafy greens nga gina-grow under hydroponic setup. But you can also do with petchay, you can grow kangkong in hydroponics, and a lot of herbs, no, and spices actually can be grown using Kratky method of hydroponics. And in fact, cherry tomatoes, you can also grow cherry tomatoes using Kratky method, no. So, of course, this is for starters, really, this is a trial and error, no. Pero we always believe that there are no mistakes in gardening, only experiments. No? So I would like to encourage you to try your very first hydroponic container, no. And of course, as mentioned, no, pwede ta magtanom og lettuce if you want to grow salad, mo ginakaon nimo, and even tomato, no, using the Kratky hydroponics method, no. And basically, ang Kratky doesn't use air pump, no. So wala tay air pump, purely container lang nga naay sulod nga nutrient solution. I-submerge lang nato ang seedlings, no, which is in a net pot or katong yang holder, and there you go, no, just wait for it to grow, no. Provide enough sunlight, and make sure nga you do some checking, pruning, and maintenance, no, sa atong seedling until flower siya, mamunga siya. So this time I would like to emphasize na it's really easy, no. So yun jud siya, promise, no. And to demonstrate na sayon na jud siya, we have to show you a very quick, no, DIY hydroponic starter. So I'm just gonna turn off the share screen. I'm gonna show you a video on starting a hydroponic. So I would like to introduce to you my co-founder, si Ryan. Yeah. So Ryan here will help me out in making our DIY hydroponic starter. So our material is this bottle, no, this is a soda bottle. So what we're gonna do is to cut this using a scissor or a cutter. So of course, you take care. Pero since iputol na namo siya, yan, there you go. So,
Magic.
magic, no? Okay. So, this one will serve as your reservoir for your water and your nutrients. And this one will serve as your holder, no, sa imuhang uh, growing media on your seedling, no? So, in our case, Rhina's showing here foam. So, kani siya sponge, can actually get your, buy a sponge, or kung naamoy bed diha, pwede niyo kuhaan ng foam. So, so this one, we dip this in water, so medyo moist na ni siya, no? So, what you're gonna do is you put water here, and then this one, the foam, amo siyang i-cut in half so that we can insert the seed here for germination. So, mo ni siya ang among gamit nga seed. This is kangkong. So, amo siyang ginasulod diha. Just put the seed inside the foam. What you will do is like you insert this holder. So, ang foam na to, mura na siya rock wool, no? Itong ganina ipakita na ako. And then you just insert this one here. And you pour water, pour the nutrient solution. So, in our case, naalang may gamay nga example sa nutrient solution that we're using. We're actually experimenting on using fermented fertilizers, no? So, just put your nutrient solution here until brimful siya, no? And make sure lang mo submerge ang foam, no, sa tubig for it to germinate. So you can actually start growing this, your kangkong, your lettuce in this germination bottle, and this will also serve as your grow bottle, no, or container sa imuhang hydroponically grown kangkong down the line. So what we'll do, if you're gonna expose this adlaw, to make sure lang dili siya mag-develop of algae, ina-cover naman ni siya with a paper or tin or foil, no? Para wala siya algae nga ma-develop. So this is one approach that we're using, and I'm sure after aning a lecture pwede na ninyo sugdan pag grow inyo ang Kratky method hydroponics, no? Dali lang kay siya. So the other one that we're gonna demo, still using this type of container, is how to grow your herbs such as your basil, no? Basil being grown in hydroponic Kratky hydroponic setup, no? So kami diri sa balay daghan mi basil. We grow basil in soil, we grow basil in water, and na ako sa akong likod basil ni siya. So we're just gonna cut, no? Basil cutting. So there you go. So this is a basil cutting where nga pwede na to i-replant, no? So ang atong buhaton lang parehas akong gipakita ganina. So we're just gonna use the foam nga atong gibutangan ganina sa seed, no, as the holder of our basil cuttings. So pakita na ko sa inyo, ha, ano siya. And then just put it in the middle, clip lang nato gamay, and then ibalik nato siya butang sa ato ang holder, which is the upper part sa ato ang pet bottle, and then balik nato siya sa atong reservoir, and there you go. You have already your DIY basil in hydroponics. It's easy lang, di ba?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like this one too. So if you guys can already start growing your greens, I would like encourage you to start with Kratky method if you want to do hydroponics, no? So this is very easy. You can start after this lecture, and in a span of few days, na mo ay ma-harvest nga either lettuce, kangkong, or your favorite basil nga pwede nato gamiton sa ato ang mga luto. Okay, so that's our presentation. I would like to thank everyone for taking the time to watch us. So I'm gonna give back the microphone or the stage to Owen. Yes. Owen.
Ayun. Thank you so much, Mons. Before you go, of course, I have some questions in mind, no nga. Because you were using foam, would it be alright if I use my old kanang sponge sa akong plato? Kasi sometimes, di ba, we always throw it away after a few, magamit. Pwede ba na siya gamiton?
Yes, okay lang, Owen. Make sure lang nga mo siyang i-disinfect.
Ah, yes.
Pwede.
Oo. Because it has mga oil and other mga substances.
Kasi ang atong gina-promote is the reuse, no? Repurposing. So, pwede po siya.
Ayun. And you were mentioning na katong sa kangkong, pwede siya, diha na siya until mo grow siya maturely or i-transfer pa siya after?
Depende sa tanong, no? For basil, pwede na siya dire. For kangkong, pwede na siya, no? Sa gamay lang, at least. Pero ang problema lang ani kay dali ra siya mahutdan og tubig. So better to transfer it in a bigger container such as this.
Lagi, nakahuna-huna ko actually months. Naman ko kayo isa ka plastic dili. This is where I put my water. So, i-repurpose na lang katika, no? I will probably make you into a hydro. Well, I put this here, magod, in ilalom sa kong lamisa whenever I get thirsty. So, basin pwede ni magamit into something else. So, di ba guys, pwede gid ita grow, even if you don't, kayo, isa sa atong problem na sometimes you cannot go out and get good soil, so maybe we can use water as a way to grow plants inside our homes. Going back to sa last, asa man dapat ang basil ibutang, direct sunlight, minimal sunlight, or sa shade?
Ang basil is 50-50, no? 50% shade, 50% sun. So at least mga 4 hours of sun exposure. For basil and most of the herbs, no, pwede sila, no, 4 hours. Kung nakay area nga, pwede maadlawan o 4 hours, pwede na ang basil ni malibutan dito.
So pwede ra siya sa may bintana. Kay if ana lang man kagagmay nga mga water bottles, pwede ra siguro siya, no, sa bintana or somewhere na mahayagan sa morning sun until lunch, ana?
Yes, morning, at least 4 hours, Owen, kasi nakita mo nimo ang diferensya po kung direct na ano gid siya na expose siya sa sun kay green gid siya. So kung kulang siya sa sun, medyo luspad doon siya.
All right, so there you go. I would like to say thank you also to Raina for assisting you. Can you go back on screen, Ryan, because you're so cute. And imagine, di ba? She's very young, but she decided to take part in this kind of advocacy of creating food security sa ato mga balay. So guys, if you have, especially those mga parents, no, if you have children, why don't you encourage them to also do planting? And of course, ang ilahang advocacy is called Kids Who Farm. So katong gusto mo makahibalo og more, they will visit Kids Who Farm sa Facebook, right? You have your Facebook page, Mons?
Yes, we have also Instagram. You can also email us kidswhofarmph@gmail.com.
Ayan. So thank you very much to our speaker and very cute assistant, Raina. Thank you, Monsini Hinay, all the way from Zamboanga.
All the best sa mga nag-appeal, no? And I'm one of the mentors, so hopefully I'll see you in the Slack room.
Ayan, so, yes. Mentor day tuod ni si Mons. Dili siya speaker, mentor pa. Grabe gid ang iyang pag-share sa iyang knowledge and expertise here in Hackbang. So thank you good again to Monsini Hinay and of course, his very beautiful daughter, Raina. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, Ryan. So there you go. Thanks, Mons. There you go. So guys, di ba, alauna pa lang, nanatay na bag-o na pod nga mga nahibaluan nga mga techniques nga pwede nato magamit sa atong balay, pwede nato magamit if we have mga negosyo, no? If you have negosyo, for example, mga restaurants, you can grow your own herbs and vegetables diha sa inyong garage, diha dapat sa inyong sa baka, no? Part of your spaces that you can actually utilize for your garden. So, guys, alauna pa lang nanatay isa ka speaker. Thank you again, Mons. And we will be right back with more. Kinapatay another workshop shorts after this one. So stick around for that and we'll be back right here in Hackbang TV. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, mga guys, we are back live here on Hackbang TV, and of course, pasalamat mi again ganina sa ato ang guest nga from Kids Who Farm nga naghatag sa ato og basics on hydroponics, and of course, that was our speaker slash mentor Monsini Hinay, streaming all the way from Zamboanga City. So I will also bring back my co-host for this segment. Thank you very much. Hello, Shaila, how are you? Kumusta naman ta diha sa Butuan?
Ay, ayan, very good kaayo, Wen. Ang energy nato, patuloy-tuloy lang. We can do this. We are hosting until a few hours na lang. And then after
Yes!
si Jerome, our co-host, who's also helping our director, Jimbo, in the background. So, napakagaling talaga ng team natin. Guys, akala nyo madami kami. But
Super multitask.
Super multitasking. And when we even counted a while ago, 12 tayo, no?
12.
Napaka-Bible-based pa rin, no?
Yes.
Parang disciples pa rin. But yes, guys, we're so excited. A lot of people are really tuning in and are watching. If you're watching us on YouTube, please tell us where you guys are watching from. Kung naaman po mo sa Facebook, pwede i-share mo kung asa mo para makahainin ninyo ba na nagtanaw mo diha. Diba?
Correct.
So, ayan. So, we do have a lot more coming up. But in the meantime, I checked our katong atong gi-share ganina. And we only have one more slot left para sa atong cooking segment ugma.
Uy, exciting.
Sa season Oreta. So, isa na lang na slot, guys. So, I'm going to show that again sa inyo para maka-join pod mo. Na-added to ang ingredients, na-added to ang Zoom room also para maka-join na mo sa amo ugma, no? So I will share it with you right now. So ito siya. Ayan. So nourishing the home. This is what ang inyo lang buhato, no, when is they have to get their phone, get your scanner, QR scanner, point it in this QR code, and it will bring you to the invite link already. So you just join.
Eventbrite, di ba?
Yes, Eventbrite link. Kay usa na lang yun ni siya nga slot. Ang gwapo diri is makaluto yun mo inside the Zoom room. So lahi po siya, no? Dili lang mo tanaw mo sa Zoom o mo tanaw mo sa YouTube, mo join yun mo sa atong Chef Melissa Season Oreta. So exciting kaayo. She will be cooking one main dish, and then she will break it down into 3 other dishes para lalo na sa inyong mga mommies diha na gikapoy na kung maghuna-huna kung unsa may ang iluto para sa mga kiddies, no? When
yes, and I agree also, and also for someone like me, no, nga living solo, it's also very kanang practical na tudluan mi og things like that, because for sometimes, di ba, magluto ka og isa ka bunch of chicken na mga slices, and then pag may sobra pagkahapon, you don't like to eat it anymore, masayang lang siya. So there is dapat ay ways on how to kanang i-makeover or i-recycle imong i-upcycle lang atong mga atong mga i-upgrade ang atong mga meals, and dili lang basta-basta kay chef gyud ang magtudo sa ato ani. And this is something practical, this is a life skill that we should all learn, no, na dili ta magsayang og pagkaon labi na karon, no. Lisod sige lang tag food waste ba, sayang na yung mga tao nga halos dili makakaon. So we should make sure that the food we have on our tables are just enough for us. Dili lang ka nang di na ko ani and then labay or sayang man. And also limited atong resources karon, guys, kay lisod ang mangita og kwarta. So make sure that you use your money well. Ayan, meron napatay lain QR code, Shai?
Yes, napatay lain na QR code. So, I will share that with you guys again. Ang mahitabo man gud ani is, this is with Chef Jeffrey Ong naman.
Yes.
So, I think we will show it to you guys again because we have 4 slots pa for this one, no?
Yes.
Na ni Chef diri, he really is in one of the prominent restaurants diri sa Butuan, Chef Jeff Ngo, who is with Line and Zest Restaurant under the Watergate brand as well. So naan na siya karon, we're flashing it for you guys. We also have the ingredients in that link that you will have to prepare. And you will also see the Zoom link. So exclusive ni siya. Not everybody can enter. We're just giving 4 slots to join Chef Jeff on on, what's today? 26, 27, on the 28th.
28.
Third day. So, iandam na ninyo ang ingredients, guys. Diba? Kaya naan naman dito ang tanan details. Ayaw na mong kabalaka. It's not difficult ingredients to look for and to find anyway. So, ayan siya. So, that's the link. I hope you guys can use it. This is what we're teaching here in Hackbang, is the technology is ready and available for us, like these QR codes. Gamito na to, guys. And this is one way we can use that.
Yes. And of course, again, for those who are wondering what Hackbang is, you can visit our official website, www.hack-bang.com. That's HACK-bang.com. And there you will find all the details of what really is a hackathon. Nag-unsa mi dinhi nganong sige mi dinhi ga live stream sa inyong Facebook. Nakakita ninyo when you scroll up, and then kung friends ta, makita ninyo ga live mi, because this is our way of sharing knowledge, sharing information to our participants nga nagtago karon sila mga virtual workspaces. Actually excited pud kay kuno kung unsa ang ilahang mga ipagawas nga ideas. Dili nato na mahibaluan until June 29 when they post it sa atong official partner site, the home of the hackathons in the world, devpost.com. So dito nato na makita, guys. And pwede na siya ma-share balik sa atong Facebook, sa atong LinkedIn, kung sa atong uban social media accounts. And of course, karon marag natay bisita, no?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Correct. When we have already somebody here who is naana siya sa atong backstage, nakastorya na si Derek Ramsey. Kaya ang atong mga names there, si Derek Ramsey naana. So ang atong next is already, let me just check because he is already here. Gabi, no? Ayan, daming nangyayari talaga. Oh my gosh, I'm in the wrong day. That's what's happening. But Justin Pinon is already...
Right. So I guess I have to leave you with our next guest.
Oh yeah, sure. Sige.
Yes. So guys, see you later. Kaya si Shaila na ang bahala sa inyo for this segment. And of course, if you have questions, please do type. Naara ko guys sa backstage. I will be also chatting with you sa ato ang Facebook Live. So if you have questions, you can also direct it to me and I will help direct your question to our guest. So guys, see you in a bit.
Ayan, thank you so much, Owen. We're so busy, we're so pumped, everything is just happening simultaneously and yet we are enjoying it. This is the new normal for online events and I am so proud of the team. We are at the forefront of online events. It's not easy, but we're doing it, praise God. So up next, we already have somebody who is going to talk to us about the power of persuasion with good intention. We have Justin Pinon who will join us in just a teeny tiny bit. Sa mga wakakaila sa iya, no? He is an award-winning mentalist and corporate trainer. He has been featured in a lot of TV shows, so we're so lucky to have him here with us. He has also been on radio and internet shows, including his own TV special. He has a weekly series and his own radio show as well. And one of his most in-demand topics in trainings or in his workshops is using your intentions in persuasions. So guys, we're so lucky to have him here. Usually people get to hear from him, but at Hackbang, he is here ready and willing to share his gifts and talents with us for Hackbang's workshop shorts.
Justin Pinon is an award-winning mentalist who goes by the moniker Mental Assassin. He does not claim to possess either supernatural powers or psychic abilities. However, he can figure out what you are thinking through the use of psychology, observation, hypnosis, the power of suggestion, and stagecraft. He has also been featured on a lot of TV and radio shows from different networks and stations like ABS-CBN, GMA7, TV5, Magic 89.9, and the like. GMA also produced a TV special called Mentalismo, where they featured Justin's skills as a mentalist and followed his everyday life. Now, he headlines in shows all around the country in different bars, restaurants, and events.
Yeah,
thank you.
you are the mentalist to beat. Natunaw!
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare your minds for the most sought-after mind reader in the Philippines, the mental assassin, Justin Pinion!
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Justin Pinion and people call me the mental assassin because of my ability to read minds. But don't worry, I'm not psychic. I have no supernatural abilities. I cannot see the future. So hindi ko alam yung mga lotto results. Don't ask me that. Hindi ko rin alam yung mga katuluyan ninyo. So hindi ko alam yung love life. But I can read minds through psychology, observation, body language reading. And one of my jobs is I am also a corporate trainer. So companies hire me to teach them how to read body language and how to persuade people. That's why our topic for this afternoon, okay, for today, is about persuasion with good intentions. Now, before I continue with my topic, syempre, I'm sure you are curious kung paano ba ako naging mentalist, kung paano ako naging mind reader. So, I'm gonna give you a little background kung paano ko nakuha yung skills na ito. So, it all started 15, 16 years ago when I was in high school. So I had this I had this ex-girlfriend. So we were in a relationship for about maybe 5 years. Tapos we decided to be sa college, we decided na magkatabi yung school namin. So on the 5th year of our relationship, may nangyari. Nag-break kami. Okay, nag-break kami. And she was my first girlfriend and hindi pa ako nakaka-encounter ng breakup, hindi pa ako nakaka-experience ng heartache. So hindi ko alam kung anong gagawin ko. Okay, yung mga napapanood natin sa movies na yung pag heartbroken, pinipilit umalis ng bahay, tinatawagan ng mga friends ko, pinupuntaan ako sa room ko kasi hindi ako pumapasok sa school, napagalitan ako ng parents ko, pero nahirapan ako makamove on ng time na yun. Yung room ko, grabe, ang baho-baho na kasi hindi ako nakaligo. So, hindi ko talaga magawang ma-move on nung time na yun. But after a year or so in trying to move on, I realized when I woke up, what if I can read minds? Because if I can read minds, malalaman ko kung ipagpapalit na pala ako, di ba? Or what if I can hypnotize people? I hypnotize her para balikan ako. So, yun yung naging motivation ko. So, that's why I'm also a certified hypnotherapist. Now, a hypnotherapist is like a psychiatrist, pero we use hypnosis to know the source of your issues or kung ano yung gusto mong ma-solve na problem. Now, nag-research ako about being psychic at first. So, I read some books, I went to bookstores, bumili ako ng mga books about being psychic, and then I had a mentor. Tinanong ko, may mentor ko kasi hindi ko magawa-gawa yung mga pinapagawa niya. At sobrang napufrustrate na ako noong time na yon. So I asked him, sir, bakit hindi ko magawa yung mga tinuturo mo? So sabi niya, maybe I'm not yet ready, or maybe I don't have, hindi pa naka-open yung third eye ko. So at the verge of giving up, I saw this book called Definitive Book of Body Language by Alan Pease and Barbara Pease. After reading that book, I realized that, so if I can read body language, I can also read minds. Grabe, no? So I became fascinated with body language reading, human behavior. So I studied even more. So because yung nagpapagalaw ng body language natin is our subconscious mind. So whatever we think about, whatever we think of, lalabas siya as a gesture. For example, if we are happy, di ba automatically we smile, we laugh. If we are sad, automatically we frown. So hindi natin inuutusan yung ano natin, yung physiology natin or yung body language natin. So it's automatic. So ganun din, if I have clients, if I'm speaking with clients, if I'm closing deals, I also observe their body language because whatever they are thinking of, lalabas yun as a gesture. So, naging fascinated ako with body language reading and I realized I wanted to meet these two people, si Alan Pease and Barbara Pease. Gusto ko sila maging mentor personally. Pero, while yung nag-email ako sa kanila, nag-chat ako sa kanila, sumasagot sa akin yung mga staff nila, sabi nila, I have to go to Australia in order to learn from them kasi they are based in Australia. So, student pa lang ako noon, college pa lang ako noon, so wala pa akong money papuntang Australia, di ba? And nag-aaral pa ako. Pero one night, after a few days na kinukulit ko yung staff nila, pinipilit ko maka-online si Alan Peace or Barbara Peace, nakita ko online sa Skype si Alan Peace. Tapos, kinausap ko siya. Then, I demonstrated mind reading to him online. So, tawa siya. So, sabi niya, wow, Justin, so after reading our books, after researching, you can read minds through body language. So, tawa sila. Then, they gave me the permission to, they taught me, diba? Tinuguan nila ako. So, minentor nila ako for 6 months. I still paid for tuition fee, pero at least hindi ko na kailangan pumuntang Australia. So, that was like I guess 10 years ago na. And then tuwang-tuwa ako kasi for 6 months, 'di ba? For 6 months minentor nila ako mag-asawa. Then binigyan nila ako ng certificate to teach body language here in the Philippines. So on the first few years of me teaching sa corporate, I've been teaching their modules. Pero as time went by, naka-discover na ako ng sarili kong module in teaching sales and persuasion through body language reading or NLP or neuro-linguistic programming. So, I'm sure iniisip ng mga nanonood sa atin, ano na kaya nangyari doon sa ex ni Justin? Nagkabalikan ba sila? Kasi diba sabi ko, yun naging motivation ko. That's why I tried to learn all of this. You know what? While learning everything, while I am learning mentalism, while I'm learning body language reading, while I'm learning NLP, I realized na nakalimutan ko na pala siya. I have moved on already. So I took that, di ba bigo nyo, that negative thing that happened in my life, nag-blossom into something positive na career ko na pala ngayon. Di ba? So actually, grateful pa ako na nangyari sa amin yon. Grateful ako na nag-break kami because if that didn't happen, wala ako dito sa harapan siguro ngayon sharing my knowledge. Di ba? So, I have one question for you. Are you ready to learn? Yes, I'm also ready to share. So before I begin, I would like to welcome everybody watching this live. Thank you, Hackbang, for having me. I'm super duper excited. So our topic for this afternoon is all about persuasion. Okay, now there's something different about my topic, yung persuasion. Why? Because I use good intention. Because there is a thin line between clear and good persuasion and manipulation. I know for once or twice in your life, you felt that, uy, I've been manipulated by this person. Diba? So I'm sure naka-encounter na kayo ng seller na parang pilit siya ng pilit na ibenta yung product or service niya. Tapos sinasabi mo, no, I'm not interested, I don't need that. Pero ang kulit niya, pinipilit niya. Anong feeling? Di ba nakakainis? Nakakainis. Iniisip mo, why is this person why is this person doing this to me, di ba? So, nakakainis, nakaramdaman mo yung intention niya, di ba? Ngayon, I'm sure for once or twice in your life, naramdaman ninyo, or many times ago, naramdaman ninyo na yung seller is parang piniperahan lang kayo. Parang piniperahan lang ako nito, di ba? Or parang pampuno lang ako ng quota niya, di ba? Because the line between good or clear persuasion and manipulation is called good intention. Remember that. Good intention. Why? Because your intention speaks louder than your words and your actions. Right? So we are all going to start with our mindset. Good intention. So you will realize after this talk na hindi lang skills ang ituturo ko sa inyo, kundi I will install a program in your head which is good intention. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng good intention? Okay, so I nagkaroon ng time sa life ko na I really wanted to be a billionaire. So nag-interview ako ng mga businessmen, yung mga nakuha na nila, yung goals nila, yung mga billions nila. So name it, na-interview ko na. Ngayon, there's one thing in common doon sa mga na-interview ko. Okay, so lahat sila pare-pareho sinasabi. Different sentences, different words, but same meaning. Never ako nakarinig, okay, sa dinami ng mga in-interview ko, never ako nakarinig na because I love money, because I love making money, because I love the color of money. Never ako nakarinig ng ganun. Never. Pero, ito yung thought na narinig ko sa kanila. Pag tinatanong ko, why are you doing this? Sabi nila, this is my legacy. This is for my family. This is for my people. This is for my employees. Kung hindi ko itutuloy ito, wala akong maibibigay sa kanila. So I realized, if your intention is beyond making money, money will follow. Diba? So again, if your intention is beyond making money, dadating na lang yung pera. Di ba? Recall a moment in your life na nangyari yun. Na yung intention mo is beyond making money. Di ba? Hindi ko to ginagawa para lang magkapera. So if your intention is for other people, if your intention is for the service of other people, especially when we are doing business, especially when we are pitching business, always remember that you are of service. Di ba? So if you are doing this for other people, money will follow. Imagine, si Warren Buffett, nagkaroon ng time sa life niya, I'm not sure if hanggang ngayon, pero 90% of his earnings binibigay niya sa charity. Imagine na, 10% na lang natitira sa kanya. 90% binigay niya sa charity. Pero the following year, bumalik sa kanya yung 90% na yun. Without even him thinking about it. Biguin mo yun. Also si Bill Gates. Diba? Si Bill Gates, 80-70% binibigay niya sa charity. Pero nakukuha nila the following year. Why? Because their intention is beyond making money. So always remember that. Now, when you are talking with people, think of your intention. Bakit ko to ginagawa and para kanino? Imagine, di ba, kapag nagkaroon na ba ng time sa life mo na parang pag nagbebenta ka or nagpipitch ka ng something, tapos parang tama yung lumalabas sa bibig mo, tapos sige ni-receive ng kausap mo na maayos, tapos bumili siya sa'yo. Why? Because they can see and feel your intention. So even though you are not a mind reader, even though you have no knowledge about reading body language, you can still feel the intention of the person you are talking to because your intention speaks louder than your words and your actions. Diba? So, I'm sure you also encountered a person in your life na a seller na kahit hindi mo kailangan yung product niya, kahit hindi mo naman gusto yung product, pero still bought. And after buying that product, wala kang remorse. You're still happy. Why? Because you can feel the intention of this person. So beyond the product that you are selling, your intention matters. So always think about that. Your intention matters. Next, okay, so always have a clear intention. So the best thing that you can think of while you are talking with a client is isipin mo lang na isipin, how can I make this person choose the right choice? Diba? How can I make this person make the best choice? Diba? So, I love this person. Diba? I care for this person. So, imagine nyo kapag yun yung nasa mindset mo, biguin mo, mahahawa siya. Yun yung maganda. So, another thing in persuasion is called resonance. Resonance is always start with yourself. So, kung gusto mo maging happy yung kausap mo, kasi people buy when they are happy. So, kung gusto mo maging happy sila, maging happy ka muna sa sarili mo. Imagine, di ba, merong mga coffee shops na pag nakaharap mo yung barista, ang saya-saya ng ano nila, ang saya-saya ng mood nila, nahahawa ka. Di ba? So, ang sarap pumunta sa mga coffee shops na gano'n because that is their training, resonance. So, again, resonate your feeling with the person you are talking to, especially when you are pitching. So, kung gusto mo maging happy yung audience mo, start with you. Be happy. Kung gusto mo maging interested sila, start with you. Be interested. Okay? Para kapag nakita nila, uy, this person is really interested with me. Diba? So, mahahawa sila. Okay? So, always start with yourself. So, second tip, resonance. Okay? Third tip is called mirroring. Have you heard of the term mirroring before? I'm sure you have. Now, have you ever encountered a feeling or have you ever encountered a situation kung saan na parang first time mo lang na-meet yung taong yun, pero parang forever na kayo magkakilala? Diba? Maybe lots of times na. Diba? So, first time mo lang na-meet, pero parang forever na kayo magkakilala. Diba? So, ibig sabihin, nagkaroon ng mga mirroring scenarios. Why? Because people like people who are like themselves. So, we like people who are like us. Diba? We go, umaalis tayo o tumatakbo tayo sa mga taong ayaw natin and we move towards people who are like us. Bakit ganun? Bakit ganun? Kasi ganito yun. Do you believe that you are unique? You are unique? Yes, we are all unique. Everybody is unique. We have different strengths, we have different weaknesses, we have different talents. We are all unique. Now, our mind knows that. Alam na mind natin na unique tayo and wala tayong kapareho. That is why, kapag may nakaka-encounter tayo na tao na, uy, parang kapareho ko to you'll feel that you are on the same wavelength. Diba? So, kapag nakaka-encounter kayo ng ganun, you will feel na, uy, pareho kami nito, I like this person. So, kahit stranger siya, automatically, bumababa yung barrier mo. Nagiging open ka. So, ganun din kapag may kausap tayong client. Okay? So, intentionally mirror the other person. Yun ang tip number 3 in persuasion. Intentionally mirror the other person. That's why, di ba, kapansin nyo kapag nakaka-encounter kayo ng tao na kapareho ninyo, automatically nakakwento mo na yung buong buhay mo, di ba? Kasi nalo-lower down na yung barrier mo, nagiging maluwag ka na, nagiging maluwag na yung loob mo sa kanya, you can tell everything. So, ganun din when we have clients, when we are pitching, di ba? Mirror the other person intentionally. How do you do that? How do you do that? So, I observe first. I observe kung paano siya magsalita, kung paano siya gumalaw. And then, dahan-dahan, gagayaan ko yung gestures niya. But in a subtle way. Okay? Kasi kapag nahalata niya na, uy, ba't parang ginagaya lang ako nito? Mawawala yung rapport. And number 1 thing that we need to achieve is called rapport. Diba? Yung rapport is, kapag meron na kayong rapport ng kausap mo, magiging maluwag na yung conversation ninyo. Kahit anong sabihin mo sa kanya, maniniwala siya sa'yo. Okay? So, rapport. So, how do you intentionally mirror the other person? First is, I observe them, I look at them first, tapos kunyari, nagkamot siyang ganun, kamot din ako ng konti. Diba? Nag-inom siya, inom din ako ng konti. Yan. So, medyo ginagaya ko siya ng konti. The way they speak, diba? The way they speak, how long are the intonation, voice inflection, ginagaya ko yun. Okay, ngayon medyo mahirap siya gawin at first, pero kapag nasanay ka na, it will be natural for you. Now, the good news is, kapag natural na yun, you will be more likable. Kasi automatic na sa'yo na nag-a-adjust ka sa preference ng kausap mo because you are mirroring the other person. It's like you are entering the shoes of the other person. Diba? So, one of my tips yan in persuasion, mirror the other person. Kasi pag na-feel na, uy, kapareho kami nito, same yung wavelength namin, magiging maluwag na yung loob ko sa kanya. And lahat ng sabihin mo sa kanya, papakinggan niya, makikinig siya, baka bumili pa siya or baka kunin niya yung pinipitch mo. Diba? So, always intentionally mirror the other person because napaka-importante ng mirroring na yan. So, biguin nyo, if you use this, yung skills na tinuro ko sa inyo, sa masama, baka maging masama din yung outcome. So, remember that yung sinabi sa movie na Spider-Man, diba? With great responsibility, with great power, with great power comes with great responsibility. So, ganun din kapag ginamit niyo yung mirroring sa masama, sa manipulation, di ba? So, kaya ang unang topic ko talaga is about intention. Because if you have good and clear intention, kahit anong skills na matutunan mo, you are going to use it for good. So, I'm gonna tell you a little story na nangyari sa akin before. Kasi, when I was starting out sa sales, lahat ng to, alam ko na, pero I'm using it for manipulation. So, I had a school talk. Tapos, tinanong sa akin ng isang student doon. Sabi niya, Sir Justin, thank you for teaching us these skills. Kasi aside from teaching persuasion, also teach body language skills na kung paano mo papaoohin yung mga kausap mo. So, maybe I'll give you little tips later on. So, tinanong niya ako, Sir Justin, thank you for teaching us those skills. I'm sure ma-apply namin yun kaagad mamaya. But, what if I did this? Tapos, lalo na sa friends ko. And after that, of course, nagamit ko lang yung skills na yun for manipulation. And then after that, baka magsisi sila. Diba, pag umuwi na sila, baka magsisi sila na, ay, ba't ako bumili? Hindi ko naman talaga yung gusto. Bumili lang ba ako kasi friend ko siya? So, yun yung tinatawag na buyer's remorse. Now, at that moment, since I am using manipulation, sabi ko sa kanya, biguin nyo yun sobrang nagsisi ako nung time na yun. And after a few years, nung nag-realize ko na masama yung sinabi ko, binalikan ko sila isa-isa, as in hinanting ko sila para lang makorek yung sinabi ko. Kasi sabi ko, you're into sales, right? What do? Sell. Okay. After selling, nabili na niya. Meron ka pa bang ibang dapat gawin? Sabi niya, no. Good. Exactly. So, biguin mo yun. Sabi ko, oh no. Ang sama nung sinabi ko. Then, nung na-realize ko na importante yung intention. Kasi because if your intention is clear and good, after niya bumili, that person will still like you because you are a good person. Diba? Hindi mo siya pinitirahan. So another question came up years after. Sa corporate naman. Corporate training, I was teaching sales. Yun din. Almost the same question came up. Tapos sinagot ko siya. If your intention is clear, there will be no remorse. So biguin mo yun. At least, kahit pa paano nag-grow ako, and at least I'm so happy that I discovered this thing called intention. Because if you practice this every day, you will realize na hindi lang pala siya sa sales pwedeng gamitin. Magagamit ko rin pala siya with my relationship and friends and everything else that I do. Because if I do things with good and clear intention, I have no remorse for myself. Diba? So always remember, when you wake up, ano yung gagawin mo? Una mong isipin, para saan ko to ginagawa? Ask yourself, ask your subconscious mind, what is my intention? Diba? Good. So another skills that I can teach you in persuasions is body language skills. Kasi that is my forte. One of my forte is teaching body language and observing body language of other people. So one thing I can teach you is this one. When you speak, okay, when you say something important, always expose your palms. Show your palms when you speak. So kahit siguro you are pitching via Zoom, di ba? Show your palms. Why? Because open palms or exposing your palms is associated to honesty and submissiveness. So when we, di ba, when we say our promises, we are exposing our palms. Promise, di ba? When we say the other person that we are not concealing anything, we show our palms. So always expose your palms every time you say something important. Pansinin niyo yung mga magagaling na speakers, watch TED Talks, di ba? Watch other talks na may mga speakers or mga preachers, mga pastors, mga pare. They always expose their palms. Why? Because they are being honest about what they are saying. Now, when the other person sees that, subconsciously, they will think na, uy, this person is being honest with me. He is not concealing anything. All right, I'm gonna listen to this person. Diba? So, expose your palms. Now, when you expose your palms, okay lang yung medyo naka-close na ganyan, okay lang yung medyo naka-open, pero not this. Never do this. Kasi this will show sarcasm and parang pinipilit mo yung point mo. Diba? Parang pinipilit mo. So, always show your palms when you speak or when you say something important. Okay, always expose your palms. So, with that, I would like to thank you all for listening. And kapag, I'm sure, nabitin ba kayo? Yes, so again, pag nabitin naman kayo, I have a small Facebook group naman. I talk there every week. I give advices, and also I invite guests and mentors, business owners to also share their experiences. So please, if you are interested, join my Facebook group called Good Intentions with Justin Pinion. And of course, if you want to see mind reading videos, yung mga TV guestings ko, TV shows ko, and yung mga online mind reading shows ko, just go to my YouTube channel, just look for my name, Justin Pinion, or look for Justin Pinion, the Mentalist. And also my website is justinpinion.com. My Instagram is Justin Pinion. Please follow me on my Instagram. My Twitter account is @JustinPinion. And of course, my Facebook, just look for Justin Pinion, the Mentalist. Okay, so again, thank you very much for your time. Remember, ask yourself, what is my intention? So with that, I would like to call our host, Miss Shaila, back to the live.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, Justin. That was so interesting. And alam mo, nakakatuwa kasi nakita namin, parang ang saya lang because we saw ourselves there. Yung sinabi mo na last na, when you're expressing yourself, dapat open palms lagi,
Yes.
because it shows honesty. And then I saw ourselves and my co-hosts, Owen and Jerome, na okay, even if we didn't know that that's what it meant, you know, subconsciously, that's what it means then.
Yes, because the good thing about our body language is, alam niyo na yun eh, di ba? Ginagawa niyo yun every time, especially when you are being honest, di ba? Alam niyo na yun. So this is just maybe a validation, and para rin malaman niyo na you should do it more often, di ba? Para lalo ma-express niyo yung feelings niyo or yung honesty niyo with the people.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Justin. So nag-ingon man ka, Tagalog.
Yes, Tagalog. Pero I can understand a little siguro, pero in Tagalog na lang.
Okay lang, parehas lang tayo. I can speak broken Bisaya, so Tagalog na lang tayo. So oo nga, so syempre ngayon COVID happened, no? De syempre, I'm sure affected din yung business mo, yung mga
Yes.
na gusto mong gawin. What can you see na opportunity ngayon na panahon? Because obviously a lot of people are seeing the challenges, and I think it is quite obvious naman kung ano yung challenges, di ba?
Yes.
Hindi tayo nakakalabas, hindi lang tayo sa bahay. Ano naman yung nakikita mong opportunity in terms of your line of expertise, your line of work?
So I'll be honest with you, Shai, no? 3-4 months ago, nung nagsimula yung scare sa pandemic, affected talaga ako. So super affected ako, and I became worried about my income because this is our only income. As in, performing and teaching sa corporate is our only income. It is our business. So sobrang worried ako because clients are starting to cancel the bookings, starting to cancel all the talks. So sobrang naging worried kami ng wife ko. Pero good thing about it is because I have knowledge with linguistic programming or NLP. So that will teach you that if something happens, if something negative happens, kasi kung saan ka naka-focus on, doon na pupunta yung energy mo. So where you're focusing on, doon mapupunta yung energy mo. So I realized na if I focus on the problem na, oh my God, mawawalan ako client. If I focus on that every day, doon lang yung energy ko. So sasayahin ko lang yung energy ko doon. But we realize that, okay, we have to focus on solutions. That's why you realize that, we can do this online, diba? We have internet, we have laptop, we have lights, so we can do this online. So we started doing online shows na nakipag-partner kami sa mga organizations for fundraising, ganun. So I do talks, I do shows online through Facebook or through any platform na pwede mag-reach yung mga tao. And then we partnered with organizations. So I perform for sa mga fundraising, ganun. And also, we also realized that, sa talks naman, we can also do this online, di ba? And ang maganda pa, since lahat ng tao nasa bahay, they are always available. So when I say that I have this talk on Friday, a lot of people are joining the talk. Kasi nga, dati, when I do public talks, marami nagsasabi, kunyari, sa malayong lugar, malayo, mahirap puntahan. Busy ako, may work ako. Pero this time, wala na silang excuse kasi nasa bahay lang sila. So every time we announce that we have talks, a lot of people are joining. So may yung pinaka-first talk ko nga nagulat ako na puno namin yung Zoom. As in, yung Zoom namin kasi hanggang 99 lang, hanggang 100 lang. So, napuno namin. So, a lot of people wanted to join pa. That's why I opened my group, Good Intentions with Justin Pinion, for the people naman na gusto nilang to learn more. So, nagkaroon kami ng solution for the problem. Kasi, nag-realize din namin, itong nangyari sa atin na pandemic, for the first time, naging pantay-pantay lahat ng tao. Diba? Walang mahirap, walang mayaman. Everybody is affected. Diba?
Yes.
Everybody is affected talaga. Everybody can have the virus. Diba? Walang mahirap, walang mayaman. Lahat tayo pinoproblema natin. What's next? Anong pwede natin gawin? So, we can also take that as a challenge para, paano ka? Ikaw, yourself, diba? Always start. Kasi we believe that reality comes from within, not outside. So, we cannot control what's happening. We cannot control the pandemic. We cannot even control other people. Diba? What people think about us, we cannot control it. We can only control ourselves. Diba? Our reaction, our solution. So, kaya from then on, we started looking for solutions and help. And another is yung intention talaga to help other people. So, naging mas active kami in helping. Kaya, nagulat kami, pumapasok pa rin yung income kahit papaano.
Yes. And ayan, gusto ko yung sinabi mo, no, na you're helping, you're bringing it out there, you're putting it out there. Because I think more than anything, this pandemic is really showing us that who you are, truth.
Yeah.
It's magnifying yung nasa loob natin. And by you just sharing your talents for free, pro bono, that's the good intention right there. And hopefully, kita tanan, all of us, because of that, like what you said very early in your program a while ago, is, the money will come. Let's not worry about it right now. Kasi, baka na naman hindi na kailangan right now kasi nasa bahay lang naman tayo, pagkain, edi mag-gardening tayo. We had Monsini teach about gardening. O edi, worst comes to worst, kahit kangkong at salt na lang eventually. Alam mo yun? So, let's not worry so much, guys, about what the problems are. But I like what you said, Justin, na dun tayo sa talents natin mag-focus, share natin sa ibang taong nangangailangan, no?
Yes,
So,
and I think this is the right moment to do that na yung kung meron kang strength, kung meron kang talent, share it, di ba? Malay mo, maraming taong online ngayon na makakita ng talent mo and they'll get your services, di ba? So,
yes.
go out there, di ba? Go out without even thinking of your income. Try it. I'm sure mahirap isipin ngayon yon. Ako nung umpisa mahirap isipin na hindi ako kumita, yung parang I need to do this because kailangan ko kumita dahil mawawalan kami ng ano. Pero hindi, once na practice mo na, just do it, share with people, money will come after it. So pag naging practice mo na yon, mabibilib ka sa mangyayari after. Kasi, di ba, the more you chase money, the more you chase income, the more siya lumalayo. Kasi nandun lang yung focus mo. Pero if your focus is helping other people, magugulat ka, money will follow.
Ayan. And with that, we'd really like to thank Justin Piñon for joining us and being very encouraging and very inspiring. So sana sa mga viewers natin dyan, you learned more, you picked up a thing or two. I know I did. It's really about healthy, positive, being honest, and good, having a good heart and helping other people. Kana lang yun, no? So that was Justin Piñon talking about the power of positive persuasion. Thank you so much, Justin. We will
Thank
see
you very much for having me. Thank you.
God bless you. All
God
right,
bless.
there you have it, folks. We will be back in just a bit. For now, we would like to play a couple of videos for you after, and then we will come back right after. All right, there you have it, guys. Welcome back to Hackbang. This is going to be a quick COVID conversations over coffee because a lot of things have been happening. Daghan kaayo action ang nahitabo, and we just want to bring in some of the people who are working in the background and who have just been catching up with the teams, catching up with our systems and how we do it on the back end. So ayan, we're gonna bring in one of our partners as well. She's one of the main groups here in Hakbang, so we're gonna bring her in. Hi, Joy. Good morning to you.
Hi, Shai. Good morning to me. Indeed, now it's daylight.
When we started this morning, I don't know if you guys, some of you have joined us this morning. It was still 1 o'clock in the morning where Joy was, and it's now what time, Joy? 8?
It's 8:43. Yes.
It's 8:43 in Switzerland, guys. Ganyan namin kayo kapalangga, no? Panangga gyud namo kamo that everybody is really working. There's 12 of us just working round the clock trying to make this happen for you guys, trying to make this happen for Mindanao. And Joy, how has it been so far for you? Because you're working with the communications team. Kala mo,
Yeah.
dami natin eh, no? Pero
No, but it's been an interesting morning with just finding some of the people from the teams. I think they're still getting accustomed to the tools that we're using. So yeah, we're trying to push for information to through our social media to really get them all in Slack because their mentors are waiting. So what's interesting is that our mentors are really very prompt. They showed up, and there's a strong sense of commitment from all of them to just find their teams, just connect with them. Yeah, it's very interesting in the backstage because we're also now starting to build communities, community Butuan, community Cagayan de Oro, and wherever they are all coming from.
okay, so yes, Joy, Slack has definitely been one of our major tools for us in the team. And admittedly, even for us, I've used Slack before, but I really, really appreciate it even more with our group. I really got to use the tools and the channels more than ever before. And absolutely, to our participants, our mentors who are just working on Slack for the first time, no problem. This is part of the learning curve, no?
Exactly.
It's something new. It was something new for everybody at some point. It's just really getting in there, going with the flow, and learning on the fly. And it's not impossible. Diba, Joy?
Yeah, indeed.
So
It's really fun.
So what happens with how are the participants right now? How's the interaction between participants and mentors? Should we keep reminding our participants to get in touch with their mentors? What's going on?
Yeah, well, we don't see because they have their own private channels because that's also our commitment that, their idea doesn't get tapped in or whatever. So they are all conversing on a private channel. So I would not really know how intense the conversations are, but from what I'm getting from the mentors, some of the teams already have their documents ready. They have their ideas on paper. They just want to go ahead and execute. Yeah, and other teams are just really just coming on board and just connecting. We also have a few mentors who have actually decided to pivot, seeing that their team is not online. So they're like, yeah, whatever teams are here and doesn't have a mentor, we're just gonna go ahead and help them, which is also a strong sense of bayanihan happening right there.
That's great. So this is even us adjusting with whatever situation is there right in front of us. Diba? So the Mindanawans are learning that, hey, we can actually, go with the flow and be fluid and adjust with whatever situation that's right in front of us. So this is good that we're learning these things. So before we go ahead, I know one of our mentors is here. I really don't know what is up with my cat today, but I will leave her there. I just want to say hi to a couple of people who are live, watching us live. Ayesha Lorente, who is from the beautiful island of Siargao. Hi, Ayet. thank you so much for joining. Francis Calangi, Tita Bib Rocco, Sheena Hembrador. She's with our comms. Sheena, you're supposed to be working. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining in. Jolie Carmona, Lani Tamayo, Julius Cañete is also joining us today. I know a lot more people are joining us. Joy, I don't know if you know, but we had almost 2,000 viewers just this morning.
Wow.
So people are
That's
interested in knowing what are the solutions that we can share here in during this pandemic. So please be a part of the conversation. We have a lot of topics coming up for you. That's all COVID related. So do click Hackbang on look for Hackbang on Facebook, Hackbang TV on YouTube. If you want to know more about what is going on, ano ba to? We are on the World Wide Web. Basta www.hack-bang.com. Okay, Joy, I know we have one of our mentors already here with us. So can we go ahead and have him join? Is he here?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yes, I think he is. Let me just... Okay, Derek Ramsey is our director in the background. May Derek Ramsey din kami dito, guys. Okay, Coach RJ, are you here with us? Can you join us already?
Hi.
There you go.
There he is.
Coach. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just came from the vet because my dog got sick, and so I'm covered in fur.
Oh no,
Oh,
But I'm happy.
he's okay. Your dog's okay.
Yeah, an operation is necessary, so we're still gonna schedule that soon. But right now she's doing well. She's doing very fine.
Okay, that's good to hear. All right, Coach, how was your morning with our participants?
I looked at especially when this is the first, well, not the first time, but I used Slack way back 2018
Okay.
for just 2 days, and then ngayon, so it's very new to me again, and it's like I'm a kid through a busy mall looking for my mama because I got separated. And parang, okay, where do I click? What do I do? What do I install? It's really new, but it's fun. I'm making it fun. And I saw that I picked two teams, supposed to be three, but I shifted back to two. I'm mentoring one, focusing on one, and right now they're sending me the Google Drives, and I'm in the process of read ideas. It's very actually because I know someone first. I know someone who's undergoing the same thing that they're topic that they are about to take. Kaya it's wonderful actually. I don't know how I'm excited to see the creativity that that they can give for them to serve others more.
Yes, and so are they Mindanaoans? Are they from Visayas, Luzon, other countries? Where are your teams coming from? The team
There,
is coming from.
there are a few who are from Mindanao, but I also read that there are others who are not from the Philippines.
Oh wow! Okay.
wow.
I think there's
Nice.
one or two from Dubai, if I'm not mistaken. I have to reread
Yeah.
the convo again.
Oh, diba? So it's so interesting to see people from different countries come together. So even if it does feel like COVID is limiting us, COVID has also shown us that nope, sorry, you're not gonna stop us. There's the internet. We were made for this season, COVID, and you can hang around. We're still gonna work around you. Find a way to work around you. Diba, Coach? So okay, so Slack has been one of the challenging, but we're all working through it. We're all
Yes.
trying to work with it. Are there other tools that they want to use? Are they using Facebook Messenger for now? I know that's popular here in the Philippines.
Right now they're using only Slack. I would really appreciate it if they would use the Facebook Messenger because well, it's the one thing that we really are quote unquote experts on. But right now they're opting for Slack, maybe because they're not acquainted yet in Facebook.
Actually, Coach, you're gonna learn to love Slack because it really will tell you, like, okay, if I'm talking about this, I will only go here. If I'm talking about this, I will only go here. Because with Facebook Messenger, to those of us who are so used to it, daghan story, yeah. There's so many things happening in one conversation. And sometimes when you want to look for something, it's hard already to look for it. But Slack sort of organizes it in some way. So you're hating it right now, you're gonna love it later on. We've learned to really appreciate Slack. That we hardly use Facebook Messenger anymore, especially if it's work related.
I see. I see.
Yeah. So, Ray, yeah, other observations you'd like to share with everybody?
Yeah, I think still, we are still trying to get some of the teams a bit more in the Slack channels. Their mentors are still hanging around and waiting for them. So we really want to invite, if you're communicating somewhere, just jump on board, get to know your mentors, and then we leave it up to you to go anywhere else from here. But just connect with the community as well, because we also built communities within Slack, so you get to meet people within your area.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be limiting you, and it's a networking thing. So let's connect with each other. We have lounges everywhere for specific purpose. So yes.
Yeah. So speaking of lounges, Coach, have you been to the Mentors Lounge in Slack, and have you connected with some of the mentors as well?
No, because I just found out about that from right now.
There you go. Yes. So
Hanapin ko yan.
If you have questions, Coach RJ, if you feel like baka somebody else can answer what my team wants to figure out, please feel free to ask that from other mentors as well. Even our participants, you can tell your team that they can actually go straight to the Mentors Lounge on Slack, and they can talk to the mentors. They can ask the mentors, right? Because like we said, we all have different giftings. We all have different talents. So you might not have all the answers. That's okay. Go to the Mentors Lounge. Maybe somebody over there can help. And even for our mentors, what's great about this is you're connecting with other amazing people who have already the same passion and the same heart to help the Philippines. So you're building your network as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the participants, they cannot go into the Mentors Lounge. However, what we set up for them is a channel called Help Find Mentors. So if there's any specific topic that their mentor is probably needing an extra hand with, because that's what we also love in Hackbang, is that with the hosting, I said to them, like, look, this is not my cup of tea, so you guys take it forward. I'll help with organizing everything behind the scenes, getting people on the platform, and that's also my strength, and that's where we really complement each other, and we wanna move that back into the whole platform itself.
Yeah. All right, so there you have it, guys. Just a quick catch up with our mentor and one of our teammates, Rhea, as well. So we will be seeing more of our mentors, more of our participants as the days go by. For now, I will let you guys go back to what you're doing, because you're doing amazing behind the scenes. Thank you so much, guys. There you go. So, guys, thank you for watching over Facebook. We've got a couple of people already online and watching us. We got around almost 2,000 views a while ago. What does this mean? More than the numbers, it's showing me that there is interest in figuring out a way to work around COVID. That's what this show, Hakbang, or that's what this program is telling us, that the Filipinos are ready to move and move with us if you can. If you're watching us and if you believe in what we're doing, it's not too late. It is too late to join us as participants, but it's not too late to join in and back us up, whether that's financially, whether that's giving us part of your service or sharing whatever products you have. If we can share that with our audience, if we can share that with our participants, if you are small brands that want your name out there, partner with us. Let's see how we can work together. If you are big corporations, maybe this is the perfect time to invest in the Filipino people, to invest in the Mindanaoans. We are trying our best to give the Mindanaoans a platform to bring forth their great ideas. So we'd like you guys to go ahead and partner with us. So, okay, I want to bring in one of our co-hosts with me, because it's just nice to have somebody to chat with, right? So if you're here, Jerome, and if you can join me, I know we've assigned each other already, like, okay, you do the morning, I'll do the afternoon, I'll do the evening, but it gets a little lonely being alone. So if Jerome, my co-host Jerome can join me, that would be really great. If not, I guess he's also busy because a lot of things are going on. We're chatting with each other. Okay, so Jerome is going to join me in a bit, and our production team is working in the background. I so wish you guys could see what the production room looks like right now. Comspec is making everything look seamless, look beautiful. And in fact, even with the mistakes here and there, we are really enjoying it because it shows you that there are limitations. We have limitations, but we're gonna work with these limitations and not let us stop us from giving you guys a good show. So Jerome, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Shyla. Can you hear me?
Yes! Yay! Ayan si Jerome yung pinaka, masigasig na host. And
I'm here. So maybe lahat ng mga viewers natin dyan, lalo na yung viewers sa watch party, maybe they're wondering, saan ba si Jerome? Bakit to nag-watch party pero wala dito? Well guys, meron pa kami mga rest hours, but it's working rest hours kasi we're orienting our speakers backstage, we're helping our director, so we're trying to make this segment, this show, as smooth as possible. So, kanina, medyo madami akong gustong itanong. Alam mo yung gusto kong mag-enter doon, pero dito lang ako. I need to compose myself, relax. Ang dami nangyari kanina, may yoga, meron tayong mga konting pasilip sa pagluluto, meron tayong mga mental health, mga coaches and speakers. Medyo talagang productive ang araw na to. And I'm so excited sa mga mangyayari pa the next days, right? And alam kong hindi madali na mag-host na meron tayong pusa, pero alam mo, that's really the new normal. Like ako dito, kahit nandito ako sa backstage, hindi niyo ako nakikita, pero nag-aasikaso ako ng mga dumadating na orders ko sa Shopee, sa Lazada. Pero ayun, nakikinig pa rin ako. Pero alam ko naman na lahat ng mga tao ay busy, pero nagpapasalamat pa rin kami dahil you're still, giving us the chance to let you know what are the things happening behind Hackbang and what Hackbang is. And if you guys really wanted to share your knowledge, I know for a fact na meron mga talented singers dyan, may mga dancers. Alam mo, may nag-PM sa kanya na, Jerome, bring me in. I wanna share my talent. O sige, sure, go ahead. And so sabi ko sa kanila, sige, mag-share kayo ng video, dapat naka-landscape, dapat sabihin niyo to para maganda. So, thank you so much sa lahat ng mga friends kong talented dyan na willing to share their expertise sa kanilang mga singing prowess. At na alam ko nag-i-enjoy kayo. At maya-maya lamang po ay meron kami mga international na mga bisita who will talk about the plight of pandemic sa mga momshies natin, right? And of course, sa lahat ng mga sponsors na, salamat sa mga gustong humabol dyan. Pwede pa. Dahil if you wanted as well to be our partner to sponsor this event, we are willingly, dapat ilagay daw ang kamay because that's a positive, positive implication to them. We are willingly able to, accept all of your dealings, lahat ng ating mga bisita dyan na nanonood. And of course, right now, alam kong excited na din tayo sa ating another segment kasi dito, sa susunod na segment na to, Shyla, medyo marami-rami na tayo sa screen. We will be able to interview tatlo sila, di ba? Tatlong magagaling na chef, international chef, na of course, na born and raised sa Mindanao, but they were able to look for a better and a greener pastures sa iba-ibang lugar, and they were able to share their expertise and knowledge doon. At ngayon naman, babalikan nila tayo to share what are the current happenings in their own businesses, because I think some of them are owner of the restaurant, working in the biggest restaurants. And shall we go ahead and introduce them, Shyla?
Oo, in a bit kasi where we're getting them ready, we're already in contact, our comms team. I love saying that, our comms team. Kala mo ang dami talaga nila no?
Akala nyo lang talaga dahil sa dami namin, pero kami lang po ito. Okay?
Kunyari, Jerome /comms/ ganyan, no? So, but it's so interesting because we're able to show ourselves also na kaya pala, no? Even if it is difficult, we can do it. So hopefully, guys, it's also an inspiration for you na kaya naman pala, kaya natin maging fluid sa each of our roles. Hindi porque, hindi, host lang ako. Ayoko ng ibang trabaho. Dito sa Hackbang, hindi, ayaw mo mag-host lang, pakialam. What I love about our group is we really try to catch each other. No? Pag meron, guys, pagod talaga ako today, pwede bang kayo muna? And everybody's always, yeah, no problem. Rest, do your thing, no? So, actually in this season of COVID, guys, tinabangan kita karon, no? So,
exactly. At kaplo ka katong gi-invite ko nga mag-host ko diri kay murag nalipay gid ko kay murag after atong na-stop ang mga event industry sa Davao, excuse me, or kanang sa event industry sa Mindanao, murag kung mamiss na nako ang microphone, mamiss na nako ang light, mamiss na nako magkitag tao, magbasa sa mga principal sponsors, mag-acknowledge og mga bisita na. Pero kanang ko nag-post kong video na kanang I'm open for kanang online hosting, tapos daghan kayo ang nag-PM na, sir, pwede di ba online hosting? Pila may PF ana, sir. Basta mahal na kayo po ha. So medyo ang PF po ng online hosting ay depende po sa caliber ng host na inyong ina-hire. So kapag doon kayo sa medyo high-end caliber, medyo mahal-mahal sa mga so-so, medyo mura-mura lang. At I'm really so happy na na-achieve talaga ang pangarap ko dahil dito sa online hosting na binigay ng Hackbang, right? At I'm really so amazed with our teams, you know, kanang hilom lang kaayo sila, Dave. Like, I can really say na hilom sila because they're busy. But looking into it na nasa break time ako, na looking you sa live, sa yung kaninang morning, sabi ko, naks naman, parang pang-international yung edits ng mga ganun-ganun, pandemics, pag-jump. That was really a lit thing, you know, and kanang lahi lang yung event, kung mag-event magkudiri sa Davao, murag kuwanda kayo kanang dapat na ako sa stage, na ay tao mo mag-direct. But then right now, parang all of the communications are really into internet. One of the factors lang ang kinakatakutan ko is mag-brown out, saka mawala yung internet. So sana naman hindi, kasi we are making these things possible para naman mas ma-embrace ng lahat kung ano nga talaga ang new normal. Kaya naman, if you guys really wanted us to see the first session ng umaga, pwede nyo pong i-replay yon. At you can also replay that sa ating YouTube, ang ating Hackbang TV. And we also have our social media platforms. Ang ating pong Instagram, that's Hackbang, at saka ating official Facebook page na medyo sa una dugay kaayo maka-reach og 1,000. Pero katong hapit ng event, na-reach yung 1,000, like daghan kay salamat no nya, daghan kay kanang niabot na kanang mga likes o kanang mga share. So I thought people nowadays are really getting what's really the main point and the mission and the vision of what Hackbang, right, Rhea? Shyla?
Kasi nga napaka-fluid na natin, kaya pwede akong maging si Rhea, pwede si Sheena, si Kim, no? But we really want to say thank you so much to our teammates who are working tirelessly in the background. Tinuod, Jerome, kay kita, just to share with you guys what we really see on our end, no, as we're posting. Ang nakikita lang namin, Zoom room. So we have no idea what the show really looks like until we actually go and look at our phones at ayan na, live na pala kami. So that's the only time we're seeing the graphics, we're seeing the commercials. So miskin kami, lipay kayo mina, ay, murag true, murag mga professional. Pero kung kabalo lang mo guys, we learned everything on the fly. And it's because everybody was willing to just give themselves to one another, to just bring our talents to the table. Ayan. So this is really just a combination of everybody providing their own talents, bringing their own talents to the table. Our backgrounds, thank you so much to Kim and to Dave. Our internet and the seamless flow from one segment to another is by the Comspec team and Derek Ramsey, Derek Jimbo, dyan sa ating background, no? So thank you. It looks the way it is because big people of Mindanao and even abroad have come together to say, I want to be a part of this. I want to be a part of change in Mindanao. And ayan. So ayan, madaming nanonood sa atin ngayon, no? I'll just read a couple of them. Si Jolie Carmona, Lani Tamayo Dael, Julius Cañete, Gloria, si Sheena Embedor is working in Dubai. She is one of our comms team. Tignan nyo guys, nothing is stopping her from helping the Mindanaoans. She says, uy, may teams from Abu Dhabi and India. Ano ba yun? Tayo ng India and Sweden. My gosh. There is an interest in helping the Philippines, guys. So, if other people from other countries want to help us, kita sad, no? When? Yeah. Ay, di ko, tinan mo, when ka na. Diba, Jerome?
Natin na all around na talaga tayo, no?
Ayan. So, Maureen Yeri Gabinete, Monica Mendoza, Agwal, thank you. This is my friend who is watching from Qatar. So thank you, no? Ayan. Ang daming nag-hello sa atin. If you guys again want to be a part of Hackbang, you don't have to be a participant right now. Back us up, back this project up because you believe in the Filipino people. Because you believe we are worth investing in. In fact, you're not investing in us. You're investing in the youth of of Mindanao. So please let's dream together for a better Philippines and a better Mindanao, and let's support these kids who are willing to put themselves out here and share their talents with us so that we can work around this pandemic. We can work around it.
And having said that, no, this is made for Mindanao, but we are so amazed and surprised and shocked, of course, that we are being sponsored internationally. So with this, I would personally would like to thank our sponsor literally. So please, Shyla, go ahead and check your sponsors list. We will be thanking them because without these establishments, without these people, without this company, Hakbang will not be made possible. I think this is one of the biggest numbers of sponsor I work with because usually events have only like 2 to 3 to 5, but this one is really growing and growing every day. So if you guys wanted to join us, please bring us your logo, sponsor the event, and be partner with Hakbang, a step towards new normal. With that, we would like to thank 9,000 Events, Bytes and Pixels, the Caraga Creatives, Franco, Comspec Technologies, NetZone, World Web Forum, Metronome. And of course, we would like to thank When in Manila, Good News Filipinas, Athenian, Tagum College.
Yes, FSUU, Father Saturnino Urios University is also here. Kids Who Farm, DevPost, Cloudsploit, Modern Nanays of Mindanao, Echo AR, Project Lupad, Magic 89.3, We Viral 95.3 Love Radio, JC Voiceover, Food Panda, Center Stage, Maharlika Siargao, The Farmers Factory, Slice of Life, Barangay FM 100.7, Boshard Prado, The Travel Club, ROX, Brat Pack, Arlene Hidalgo and Co., The Tiny Print Room. Daghan, guys, diba? You can be part of this list. Come and help us make the dreams of these Mindanaoans come true, be at the forefront of the fight against COVID. At ayan na, sabay-sabay tayong bumangon, sabay-sabay tayong, diba, gumalaw. Kahit nandyan si COVID, bahala siya. Akala niya
I know everyone out there is really much excited for the vaccine na ilalabas, no? Na hopefully daw by September para everyone can go back to what really the new normal is. Not the new normal of wearing masks every day. I know it's for good health, but parang wearing of mask is really a necessary thing. But before, nabuhay naman tayo na wala tayong mask. Nagagamit na tayo ng mask if masakitin tayo. But now, if you go outside, parang it's really a different world. Like, hey, you people, you wearing masks? You're kanang hadlo ka kanang matakdan og COVID and what so. But if you guys doesn't really do anything that much, if wala kayong medyong appointment outside, I would rather suggest you stay home because staying at home is so safe, update and follow the most accurate and legit na mga reporters, na mga television na nagbibigay ng mga legit na mga balita para naman updated tayo kahit nasa bahay lang tayo, di ba?
Yes, correct. Updated tayo, kasi syempre we have our partners also.
Jerome po dito.
Jerome, oo nga. Nako, ang ating pinakamasigasig na host. Oo. So, Jerome, updated tayo because syempre we have our media partners, diba? So, I want to go ahead while we're talking to the people here and just go to wheninmanila.com and share with you guys just a couple of news happening in the Philippines, diba? Bakit hindi? Or pwede din tayo pumunta sa Good News Pilipinas pag pagod na kayo makinig sa mga walang katapusang nega. Alam mo yung nega, okay lang naman yan, di ba Jerome? Pero
okay lang, pero hindi ko talaga embrace mga negative sa life. I just only do the positive things. If there are negative things, leave it to the person who gave that and do not deal with it.
Oo, ibalik lang sa kanya. Hindi, sige na, okay na ulit.
Na yan.
Yeah, so I'm here and I'm scrolling simultaneously with wheninmanila.com because if you guys want to find out what are just the latest trends, what's the latest happenings here in the Philippines, then go ahead and join wheninmanila.com. Ayan, di ba, nandito kasi may naghatid na ng pagkain sa akin, o, di ba? Ganun talaga pag live, guys. Ang daming nangyayari, ang daming exciting, 'di ba, nangyayari right now. At Jerome, kung meron kang magandang balitang i-share sa atin dyan, go ahead lang ha. Kasi
Meron ako magandang balitang nahagilap dito sa ating isang media partner. Ito ang from our awesome planet. Ito yung sinabi natin in the morning that we have. I mean, they have featured this what we call Palengke Go. So the Palengke Go is an online palengke. It's an online market that deliver fresh fruits and vegetables. Ayon dito, Palengke Go is one-stop shop that delivers most of your basic grocery needs from fresh vegetable, fruits, eggs, chicken, cooking oil, rice, and others. The online grocery was recently established to provide the community with fresh and healthy ingredients which are conveniently delivered right to your doorsteps. Kaya nga dito sa Davao, medyo umaangat na talaga ang online na selling. Aside from the people who was staying at home, na binibenta nila yung plants nila, binibenta nila yung mga kung anong business nila, tsaka yung mga malls dito sa Davao are turning into an online grocery. You can also hire someone to shop you with your clothing. You can also hire someone to shop with your groceries, or you can even just simply use the app of that specific store here in Davao, tapos sila na ang magde-deliver sa iyo. So that's really a one good thing of a new normal, that giving, the leeway and the convenient way of shopping, no? That's really a good thing to know here in Davao. Meron bang mga ganyan dyan sa Butuan, Shaila? Yung mga grocerying, yung mga pag-hire ka ng rider, yung mga ganon, meron ba?
meron na, pero syempre galing Davao. Si X nandito na sa Butuan, no? Nakakatuwa naman din because at least they're widening their borders. They're not saying na hindi, dito lang kami sa Davao. They're also even helping the local Butuanon. So that's good. In fact, thank you kay X. Silang nag-deliver ng food sa atin dito kanina because we were so busy. So sila na lang yung nag-deliver ng food natin galing sa one of our business partners, also VJ's Resto and Bar. So maraming salamat. Ang daming taong nagpapakita ng suporta sa atin ngayon kasi naniniwala sila sa ginagawa natin dito. So
yes, of course, I would like to personally thank Food Panda because they know na may event ako dito. Pinadalhan po nila ako ng meal. Maraming salamat po. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you wanted to get, voucher, bibigyan po namin kayo ng 100% discount on your first purchase of Food Panda new user. Minimum purchase of 200 pesos plus free delivery na po yan para sa inyo. So if you guys wanted to get that voucher, comment down below kayo sa ating live ngayon at ibibigay namin ang code instantly para naman maka-order kayo. Makakain mga merienda. Order the food you love at Food Panda.
Oh, see? Tignan mo, may pag-ganon kami, guys, because even Food Panda believes in the Mindanaoan. So, we're gonna give it to you right away. Wala nang madaming tanong-tanong, Jerome, diba? Comment lang kayo sa Facebook natin or sa YouTube. And agad-agad, ayan, magpapadala kami ng voucher sa inyo.
Agad-agad yan.
Para i-ano ba natin? First 5 ba muna natin to? Para, syempre, baka,
first 5 to comment, I love Hackbang. Ayan. Face, love Hackbang. The first 5 to comment, I love Hackbang. Diyan po sa ating Facebook page or dito sa watch party kung kanino man. First 5 na lang po sa lahat ng mga nag-watch party dyan. Bibigyan natin yan ng code para naman na may share natin ang blessings na binigay sa atin ng Food Panda. So this is for you guys. This is for Made for Mindanao. Kaya naman, go ahead, share this video to everyone. Share the watch party. Comment down below, I love Hackbang. We will be giving you an automatic 100% discount sa Food Panda po. Ganyan po dapat kabilis ang ating pamimigay dahil I know for sure, instead of you guys cleaning the room, doing some stuff, making love with your partners, you're here watching with us. Thank you so much for spending your time. And we hope at the end of the day, you will be able to learn something. I guess, lahat ng mga parents ngayon, lahat ng mga momshies, mga bata, mga millennial are so eager to learn na pwede pa lang talagang mga negosyo. Pwede pa may gawin instead of like playing ML. Yeah, playing ML is so good. But, make yourself productive while you're at home.
Ayan, correct. Ayan. So, speaking of productive, syempre naging productive ako habang chumichika ka rin, diba, Jero? Naghanap talaga ako ng news sa Good News Pilipinas. Ayan, goodnewspilipinas.com para masaya naman tayo. I found the news here pertaining to what our government is doing. Local entrepreneurs gains access to DOST laboratories, equipment financing. So, kasi syempre, a lot of the businesses, especially our MSMEs or medium to small enterprises, nahihirapan talaga sila to cope during this time. So may good news tayo sa kanila na while the nation continues to battle the coronavirus disease pandemic, to help the SMEs rise above the challenge, the Technology Application and Promotion Institute of the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST, is offering assistance to local entrepreneurs who need product testing in laboratories or funds to acquire additional equipment to continue operations. Maganda to, guys, because I, for one, know that itong product testing actually costs thousands of pesos. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember it correctly, that's around 5,000 to 7,000 pesos. So if they are giving product testing, to help us, then go ahead, please. If you're a local entrepreneur, then please check out what the DOST is doing to help our MSMEs. Kasi minsan, di ba, Jerome, because of COVID, daghay na po ding gawas na negative. Wala si negative kabalo na ang positive na abaya pyramid, di ba? So, kini siya na ay gibuhat apod ang atong gobyerno. So you can go ahead and check that out. More of the good news is in goodnewspilipinas.com. Jerome, may chika ka ba dyan?
Ang chika ko ngayon na I'm checking right now, one of our media partners, ang When in Manila. Right now, natatawa ako dito, pero this is so surprising kasi yung feature nila, yung parang love mates in ECQ. Wow! Meron talagang nabubuo ang mga relasyon, mga mad hackers sa ECQ na to, pero nais ko lamang kayong sabihan at paalalahanan na ang mga feelings po ng mga taong nagbibigay ng motibo para po mapakinig kayo ay temporary lamang po. Okay, kaya pakiingatan po natin ang ating mga worth. So if you guys are single and if there is someone like chatting you, someone like delivering you something, giving motives, wag agad tayong ma-fall. Kasi kapag fall tayo, walang sasalo sa'yo, kundi sarili mo lang kasi nasa bahay ka lang, di ba? So if you guys are really into a relationship, find someone who's worth it. Kaya naman, this is a new normal, but hindi po kasama sa new normal ang ma-in love sa ECQ, guys, ha? Kapag hindi po natin kilala, paalala lamang po yan.
Ayan na, so meron tayong mga warnings dyan, no? Hindi porque malungkot kayo, we just jump into the next available relationship. Gusto ko yan, Jero. Okay, speaking of mga jumping into doing new things, no, I just want to share with you guys, I will share my screen, gagawin natin ito ulit, because, let's do something new, at least for us here. I'll be honest with you guys there at home. I will be sharing with you guys a QR code for one of our events that's happening tomorrow. So this is our QR code for Nourishing the Home, because our chef Melissa Season Oreta tomorrow will be cooking with us. And what we want to happen is you guys are going to join her in her Zoom room and actually cook alongside her as we broadcast this live. So never pa ni siya nahitabo, no? So this is the first kita dire. So you just scan this QR code that we're already flashing on the screen right now, and it will lead you to our event link. Dun sa event link, you're going to see the recipe para ma-prepare na ninyo unsay kanang lan ninyo tomorrow. What you need tomorrow so that you can join her. This is also going to give you guys the Zoom link that you guys can click so that you get to be in the Zoom room with her. You get to ask her questions, and we're even gonna show you cooking live with her as well.
Yeah. Ilang slot na lang bang available para ma-avail nila to, Shai?
Itong kay Chef Melissa, iisa na lang. So parang itong kay Chef Jeff, I haven't really checked, but it's because we're really only doing 4 slots. So let me go ahead and share itong kay Chef Jeff of Lime and Zest Restaurant here in Butuan City. So Chef Jeff is also sharing with us how to make Chinese pork dumplings. So, ayan, parang ang sarap-sarap din ng dumplings sa panahong ito. So if you guys are interested in doing that, you can go ahead and scan this QR code right here, and then you can go to the link. You will see the recipe. You will see the ingredients of what you guys need. And you will also again see the link so that you guys can join us live in the Zoom room on the 28th of June. O, diba? Exciting kayo.
Exactly. And our international guests, chefs are ready. But before we go ahead and bring them over to our live, we will be back right after these few reminders.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna bring them in. Tapos na yata sila mag-briefing. So what's gonna happen is, I will cue your phone. Action.
Yala, di mo na bang nakita ang kinabuhin na tuma? Mas kalisod, ulayura sa ating luho. Di mo na bang nakita ang iba sa ating problema? Di ba ka ang inatang lumilihok? Atong puso, atong itapon. Kini ang atong hangin, atong ibati, atong isagit. Oh, alina, batang ka lang, di na magduha-duha. Di ang atong ginabuhi, sarap. Himuon nato ang tanan. Di na ubantang ka lang ang hangin. At ubangon ta. Ikaw ako ikaw, magkaliusap. Problema at ubang hindi mabala ka ipakita ang natong hugma.
Mad Hackers. It's me again, Jerome. I will be hosting for this segment. And together with me is our beautiful Malilenya, who transferred to Butuan to be with her partner, Jimbo. Please help me welcome Shyla!
Ako na naman. So, ayan, yes, very proud Manilenya over here, but even prouder to be adopted by the Butuanons here in Mindanao. In fact, one of our guests here today, we're so proud to have her join us. You guys are going to see her in just a teeny tiny bit, but it's exciting because she is in Manila. She's residing there. She has a good business there, and we're going to have her on board to just kind of, brainstorm or just share ideas here and there about what they're doing in Manila, how it's working out for them, and how can Mindanao learn from them, or perhaps even kita diri sa Mindanao, Jerome, basi na po day mahatag na mga unsay nahitabo sa ato diri, ano?
Exactly. O karon na, let's welcome one by one. We have Miko Calo. Joining with us, of course, is Albert Cuenca. And we also have RJ Gala. Hello, guys. You can now turn on your cameras and say hi to our viewers. Ayan po ang ating mga bisita, mga dikalibre. Ayan. So,
Hello.
Ayan, so maybe we can go ahead and RJ and then Miko and then Albert, introduce yourselves to our audience. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, your name was
so
first.
I'm RJ Galang. I'm one of the partners in Metronome. I am the head of restaurant communications, so I handle most of the communications, social media, the wordings, anything visual you see there, any visual marketing. Yeah, I'm the one who handles it.
And then Miko.
Hi, I'm Miko Calo, proud Butuanon. Yeah. I am the chef of Metronome and a partner as well. So I handle everything that involves the kitchen, food, the menu. The whole thing is the menu and the food is where I work, is what I work with. Voila. Yeah.
Ayan.
Okay, so I'm Albert. I'm probably the oldest person in this room right now. I am actually. I've been in the business. I've been in the food business for about 25, 26 years now. I'm the guy who brings the long-standing experience in the local restaurant industry into the group of Metronome. So we're all partners. Who's missing here is our other partner, Alan Borgers, who's the ex-country manager of Shangri-La. Then pretty much that's the team. So what I bring to the table is my experience running my other restaurants.
Yeah. Great. And I think that's what we love seeing here. You are the one with the most experience, most wisdom. You guys working together and finding how that can be something successful, right? Bring forth something successful. Also, advocating here that it's we can actually come up with great ideas. Age is not a limit. It really is just a number at the end of the day, and it's really what you can bring. It's your giftings to the table that makes Metro what it is. Toronto is really one of the what do you call it, mix, the oldest families here in
Actually, RJ is also Calo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's Calo Galang.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
From Butuan.
Yeah, from Butuan. Yeah,
My mom and her dad are siblings.
Yeah.
I see. So yeah, Elder, you should come here because it's interesting. You come here and RJ and Nico will be like, "Hi, Nico. Oh, sinong nanay ko?
I've never been to Mindanao. I'm sorry to say this, but I've never been to Mindanao.
Oh, really?
We'll do that one of these days.
You'll hook me up.
Yeah, of course.
When we can fly again.
When we can fly again, no problem.
And you will be able to see a lot of cuisines here, and we would love to taste how the way you do magic in your thing. So I'd like to ask one question to RJ. So RJ, what is the biggest pandemic experience you've experienced, as a chef, as what you're doing right now, and how did you cope up with this pandemic?
Well, so far this is the biggest pandemic I've ever experienced. I guess the biggest change I've seen here I'm talking positives lang, is siguro how people are more receptive to social media. I mean, social media, the internet, that's what kept most businesses, most communications alive. And a lot of people are adapting to online payments, to online ordering. I've noticed a lot of people are more patient also, understanding that we are all in the same situation. So, like, people are willing to have their food picked up instead of just demanding a delivery service from the restaurant. So, yeah, I mean, mostly from my end, from the marketing side, it's the social media aspect.
That's nice. That's nice.
So, okay, in terms of social media, RJ, how did you have to, obviously, because from what I know, Metronome is a high-end brand. Has that continued? Has your business, is the business continuing to run even through this pandemic? And how are you communicating that through social media? What language sort of are you?
No, from day one, of the lockdown, we closed our doors, we did our inventory, we shuttered the windows. A few days or weeks later,
A month, I think a month later. No,
for the frontliners.
No, a week after.
Yeah, a week later, Nico opened the kitchen with a few volunteers, so we could feed some frontliners in Makati Med. Nick, is that right?
Yeah. We
So,
joined the
so
frontline feeders.
yeah, frontline feeders. We weren't really broadcasting that, but then siguro a month later, we decided to reopen the kitchen and design a totally different menu just for takeout.
Okay.
Because our food didn't travel well. I mean, our food, Metronome is an experience. It's the food, it's the lighting, it's the music, it's the service. So we had a different menu that would travel well, reheat well, and I guess it's easier for Nico and her team to prepare. So we created a sub-brand called Lazy Oof, which is a play on Lazy Oaf, and Oof is French for egg. So it's called Lazy Oof by Metronome. So it's more bistro-style dishes that we can send out via rider, and whatever they do with it, it'll remain intact, and you just pop it in your oven and you just reheat it. So we created social media accounts for that as well, no? And as I said in that account, it's the funner side of Metronome. So even the language, even the graphics, we created a small mascot for it called Eggward.
Yeah.
Eggward. So it was the other side of Metronome that's not too stiff, that's not too formal, but the quality is there, and what they'd expect from Miko is still there.
How was that for you, Miko? Because so you're still the one who is working on the menu?
Yeah.
You still are.
Yeah. Well, when we started that, it was me and a few people from our team who were willing to volunteer, who were willing to work, and they actually stayed in the restaurant and then set up here, and we developed a menu. This was mainly for like a fundraiser for the whole staff, like so that we could take care of our family, So we started this brand as a fundraiser, so when that has been determined, then I started kind of like working on a menu that was easy to replicate, that we could make in batches and chill properly, so that when we send it out, it can just be reheated, ready to eat. So it comes with the heating instructions and everything. And we still have the brand until now, and I don't think it will go away, and it will be evolving. It will be evolving soon, because we want to be able to keep it fresh and have other interesting items, and also especially now that the team is coming back to work. They have ideas that they want to kind of like develop as well, so we're we're trying to make it interesting.
That's good. Thank you so much. I have one question to Albert. No, we know for a fact that being an experienced person, yung parang naging expert ka because a lot of experiences, right?
Yeah.
So, naging expert ka na maging isang magaling na chef or what? Dahil through learning. Now, since pandemic is here, we are facing it, and all of the chefs are doing nothing. Now, what kind of advice you can give out to them so that their expertise can still continue, they can still continue to explore new dishes, recipes? Ano yung maibibigay sa kanilang tips?
I guess my advice is in general to everyone, not specific to just people in our industry, not necessarily just for the waiters or for chefs or for restaurant owners. Generally speaking, my advice to everyone is to be open, to explore new things, to find new ways. Because if you're one skill, let's say if you're a chef and that's the only skill you might be waiting forever for something that what might take too long to return. And we can't be idle and doing nothing. It's going to drive us all crazy, right? So the advice I give everyone, especially restaurant owners, is be observant, be like a sponge, see what's going on around you, and see what you can do within that new realm, because the world is evolving as we speak. Obviously, nothing is the same. They keep talking about a new normal, which I believe is a temporary normal. We will always be the same people we are eventually. We will always want to dine out the same way we did before. It's just a matter of when, not if, right? But in the meantime, no one should stay idle and wait for that day to happen. So a lot of people are rediscovering, reinventing themselves, finding out that wow, I can paint pala, I can dabble on my iPad and draw, I can cook pala. And a lot of people who I know have never been playing in the kitchen, and all of a sudden they're buying ingredients, watching YouTube and cooking. So people are discovering new things about themselves. The next step to that is how can you make that whatever it is you're learning or whatever it is new that you're getting into, how can you translate that into something productive for yourself, so that it's not just keeping you busy, but it's also keeping you afloat in terms of your finances, right? So if I use the example of my own employees in my other restaurant, it's funny because I always wondered how difficult a time they're going through, being that we're not able to give them the regular salary at this point. But since dine-in operations started last week, seeing my old staff, they started giving me gifts of food and like whatever. It's like, wow, you guys must be doing well for you to be giving me food. I'm the one supposed to be feeding you. And I found out that almost all of them are doing online selling of food. You have to find some means, right? So the internet is there. The resources are all there. You can learn from the internet, and you can use the internet to sell as well. It's just a matter of putting everything together, piecing it together, and finding what works best for you, just so that you're able to keep yourself busy at the same time, find a way of sustaining yourself.
Wow, that's so great, because we know for a fact that the higher personnel na yung mga malalaking restaurant, yung may mga pangalan talaga. I know that some of the managers and some of the chefs there are so worried on how are they going to still continue running. Pero I think mas worried din yung mga low level restaurant lang, yung mga kaka-start lang. But I think this will really give a big mark to them, coming from you na hindi lang sila dapat maging ma-stress. They need to look forward. They need to deviate their stress level to a more productive way. That's really a good thing. That will be noted to all of our viewers out there. Right, Shyla?
Yes, correct. And for me also, yeah, good, really good tips, Albert. Because at least I think the Mindanaoans, we can certainly learn from you guys because you already have bigger businesses there in Manila for sure. And they can see that way, if these big guns can do it, we should be able to rise above what's going on here as well, diba? My question for the three of you is, feel free to, whoever can answer it first, is how has your relationship, the three of you, evolved because of COVID or through this COVID pandemic? Have you learned to communicate better? Have you seen each other's other gifts rise that you didn't see before?
Yeah, so obviously you can tell we're all in different rooms right now because we can't stand each other right now. Okay, I'm just kidding. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. No. The thing about anything, any challenge, a challenge kasi, especially something like this, no, will bring either the worst or the best out of you, right? And I think I've seen the way my partners and myself have been able to handle this together. We all realize that we're all in this together, that we have to collectively work on this. It's not about one person saying, I know better than you and this is what I think we should do. Everybody has a contribution into solving our problems and our challenges right now. So the beauty of our structure in Metronome, there's essentially four of us running it, is we all come from different backgrounds and expertises. Okay, so everybody's contribution is put to the table, and then we, at the end of the day, will all imagine ourselves being a customer, and how it would be for us as customers with those ideas we put forward. So this is something that has developed more so now than when we first started planning this business. Because yes, when we plan the business, it's the same thing. We all have our different ideas, and we'll find some middle ground that is based on each other's experiences and ideas, right? But now this is a test, so we're back to even a more, actually it's actually a deeper situation than when we first started. We all had ideas and ideals, but now all those ideals are being thrown out the door because we're having to deal with the pandemic. So it's the same thing, except in a grander and more serious scale, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, for me, being the youngest in the group.
thanks for rubbing that in.
But the thing is, like, what I actually have learned from my partners is the kind of like the attitude towards the challenges that we face, and like well, like for example, with RJ, like we're family, we grew up together. So like when I have mini meltdowns, I talk to him, and like he gives me a different perspective, and he can explain things to me in a different light that kind of makes me see things differently. And with Albert naman, I will never forget this is like a story of like, this will always be one of those experiences that I will always when it comes to Albert, and how he handles stress. Because when we opened, like it was friends and family dinner last year, July, we were partially open and we were only accepting reservations from people we know. All of a sudden, there was a power outage. So the whole restaurant, in the middle of dinner, they were taking orders and people were enjoying having their wine and everything. The whole restaurant just went brown out. And the thing is, our generator wasn't connected automatically. So I was freaking out. I was in the kitchen. I couldn't do anything. The gas line was turned off. And so they were trying to figure things out. Our other partner, Alan, decided to be on the floor and talk to everyone and try to kind of like, try to appease everyone, I guess. And They figured out that to put candles on the tables and all that. And then Albert was the one trying to figure out how to get the power back on. So he goes up and he just goes to me, he goes, I will figure out the generator, but you notice I'm not panicking. We will figure it out and it will all work out. And that kind of like made me calm down as well because I was freaking out. And then Alan, our other partner, came in and said, "Can we do the cold dishes? Because since we can't cook the hot dishes, can we serve them the cold dishes?" So yeah, we decided, yes, we'll just send out the cold starters, and the whole team, they were putting their cell phones and flashlights, and we were plating dishes and serving it out. It was like a good 10 minutes, but that line with when Albert said, "You notice I'm not panicking because it will all work out." That kind of like it all boils down to that, wherein you kind of have to not let your anxiety take over everything, so that you can focus on a solution more than just freaking out because you don't know what to do.
Yeah, but Miko, what you didn't know was us really
You
actually
you
freaking
were
out
freaking out.
inside. I just wasn't showing it
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it doesn't help.
It doesn't help.
It's
Yeah,
unproductive to freak out and show
yeah,
everyone you're freaking out.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you
So
keep a brave face and a calm demeanor about you so that everybody's assured it would all be okay.
yeah.
I guess I would have reacted the same way if I was on the Titanic. I'll probably be one of those guys playing the violin saying, "We're all gonna die, but let's just play the violin." Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I was the calmest because I was just home, oblivious to what was happening.
Yeah,
So yeah,
during that time, and then
yeah,
after
I
that, he
wasn't
goes,
there.
"Oh, fuck." Yeah. So, but that's a thing, I mean, it's really kind of like keeping your anxieties at bay and focus on what you can do with what you have. Yeah. Mm.
Having said that, parang nakikita ko talaga na I know for sure na malalaki ko pa ito nagtatrabuhan ng tatlong to, pero for sure hindi talaga nila ginaman yung yung medyo anxiety, medyo problema. What they do is they just laugh, they just let loose, and then everything will go through, and this too shall pass. Parang I think this is really something na i-share naman natin sa ating mga viewers na really ramday kayo nga dili mag-goal, no? Kanang maglipay-lipay lang gud ta para maka-resolve ta problema, rather than mag-goal kayo o ba kayo hitabo, wala gyud po kayo mabuhat. So rather than that, spend time with your family, spend time with your craft, explore, innovate, and then you might know pag mahuman na ang tanan, ikaw na ang pinakagwapong dish o pinakamahal nga dish sa kalibutan, di ba? Like,
Yes, but I think it's also at this point, one of the most important things that you have to look at is your community and what you can do for your community. Down to like, I know we're all in the same situation, but you help who you can. That's also something that my grandmother actually told us as a family before. It's always, kung kinsa ang naikinahanglan, siya ang tabangan. It's always like that. So it started with the way we are as a family, and I feel like this whole thing, this pandemic, can we can look at it that way, wherein we help who we can in the community that we have. Because if you think about what's happening to the whole world, you'll feel helpless sometimes. But you do what you can for the community, that you're involved in. Like right now, one of the things that I noticed that's been very helpful is the fact that a lot of people are supporting farmers.
Yeah.
So there are people who are aggregators, and they talk to farmers, and they will be the ones to say, "Hey, I'm bringing in how many tons of tomatoes from Ifugao, and then who wants to buy?" So people will buy, and then they just make something out of it, or they give it away, or they things like that. So there's access to the farmers straight away. So that's, I think, one of the things that a good thing that came out of this whole pandemic. It's a silver lining, so to speak.
Yeah, that's true. And even Miko reached out right away to us, even just when we were talking about Hackbang already. We really appreciated you just reaching out to us and saying, how can I help? You know? And that's just you showing us that you don't have to help in a big extravagant way. Sometimes it really is the things that you can do right here and right now that can really make an impact, right? You just did a quick video just sharing with us the ceviche because you know that we love kinilaw here in Butuan.
And that's my ode to Butuan, that dish.
Exactly. I felt like it was a nod Butuan because we love our kinilaw with that biasong.
Yeah.
So we really want to.
Actually, nagutom na ako, Miko, kasi ako yung nag-edit ng video mo kagabi. This is something different. And we'd like to thank you guys, you know, for spending your time with us. I know you guys are so busy, but then you are here to help us and give advices to all of our viewers. So thank you so much.
My pleasure.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so with that, we want to thank you guys again for being with us this afternoon, taking time out of your day. We thought this was going to be quick. That was like a band-aid that's being pulled out. But hopefully we can have you guys again. It would be nice to hear more of your insights. Oh, we have one more segment coming up. I have so many questions. I want to say, can we stay?
PM is key.
PM is key.
You'll be giving you guys time right now. You can promote, you know, invite people to your businesses, follow them, follow you on your social media platforms. Let's go ahead and start with RJ.
We are still currently doing takeout under Lazy Oof. So it's at Lazy Oof at Metronome. Oof is OEUF, so it's LAZYOEUF at Metronome. By Metronome. So people can visit that account to see the current menu, which is constantly changing. We also recently reopened Metronome for dine-in, for dinner initially, but by Monday, is that Monday? Correct?
Mm-hmm.
By Monday, we'll also be serving lunch with a special bistro menu, which includes some of our dinner menu items and some Lazy Off items and some new items specifically for lunch.
Wow, thank you.
Albert, we know you have other brands as well. Please feel free to.
Yeah, so I'd like everyone to invite everyone to watch Pinoy Got Talent. I'm going to be joining next year. I have so many new talents because of this this pandemic. Yeah, but I have a number of other restaurants: Albert's Diner, Albert's Steak Room, and Albert's Pizzeria, which are open right now. And yeah, anything Albert's, please come support. Especially Metronome, because my partners are in front of me. I have to promote it in front of them. Okay.
Nico, any last words, especially to the ones who miss you and RJ?
I can't wait to go back, maybe for a few days and eat the food. I miss the lechon. I miss the bunta. But yeah, I mean, just hang in there.
Nico and I were actually planning a trip to Butuan this year.
Yeah, we were supposed to go for
search kuno.
Yeah, we were supposed to do fiesta and then eat. You know.
I wanna go.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, no, because in 2018 we all went to Paris together, the three of us, to research. It was really research. We learned so much.
It was.
So let's do the same thing in Butuan.
Yeah,
I'd love to go.
Let's do a Mindanao thing. Yeah, sure, of course.
I mean, to accommodate all of you guys. So Shaila is wide open hands and welcoming you in Butuan. She will give you a tour, drive you around Davao. I will be your tourist guide. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And we hope to work with you soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye. Cheers.
Cheers. Water lang ako meron. So thank you so much. So our guests are ready. So we'll be back. I and Shal will be back right after these few reminders. So what's up, Mud Hackers? Welcome to another segment of Hackbang, and it's 4:06 in the afternoon. We're just right on time, and this is the most awaited part of all of our mom she's out there who's staying at home, who's watching with us, who's joining us this afternoon session. I'll bring over Shyla to join with me because she's so ready for our next segment. Of course, I have Rhea with me as well. Come and join me here. Come on, guys.
Hello! Ayan, yes, so that was so much fun. I didn't want to leave that last
So reserve your questions. You can ask them later.
Thank you so much, homegrown chef, talent, just a wonderful woman, Nico Calo and RJ Calo Galang. And thank you so much for sharing with us what what's been going on in Manila with your restaurants and sharing your insights as to what we can do better here, right? Open communication with one another, rolling with the punches, rethinking, but just still moving as well. So Rhea, we're here again.
Again, it's I guess the third segment for me and countless ones for you guys.
Yep, so I will leave for now. So Rhea and Shyla will be the one to introduce you to our next segment, the plight of women in the face of the pandemic. Bye-bye, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Girl, bye.
Ayan, so there you go. We do have the women here with us. I know there's 3 of them that's joining us. We're going to let them go ahead and introduce themselves. For this one, it is the plight of women during this pandemic. So let's go ahead and welcome them.
Yeah, let's Patty, Gabrielle, Nadine, we want to invite you to join us.
Hi, ladies. Hi, amazing women from different parts of the world. It is awesome to have you ladies, the women in different parts, in different sectors. So we'll have Gabrielle, can you introduce yourself first, where you're live streaming from? And then we go ahead with Nadine, and then next is with Patricia.
Sure, yeah. I'm streaming live from Amsterdam. It's very warm here. We actually have a heat wave. I'm sure it's not as much as it is in the Philippines, but for us, it's very warm. So that's been great. Yeah, for sure.
Nice. Amsterdam. Nadine, go ahead.
Hey everybody. I'm so honored to be part of this group of amazing women. Hi, Shai. Hi, Rhea. Hi, Gabrielle. It's nice to meet you guys. So I'm from all the way here in Cagayan de Oro, Mindanao. I am excited to learn and share with everybody what women are facing during this pandemic.
There you go. Hi, Patricia. Go ahead. Tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're live streaming from.
Yeah, hi guys. I'm Patricia, and I'm originally Polish, but I live in Dubai. And I'm really excited to share with you some of the stuff I have experienced and I've seen around women in leadership in COVID-19 times. So looking forward to our conversation.
Awesome. And of course, Rhea, I know our audience has seen you already, but let's just tell them where you're streaming from.
Yeah, well, hi everyone. I'm streaming from Basel in Switzerland, and yeah, I'm really excited to be part of this conversation because it's very close to my heart as well.
Okay, Rhea was the one who actually thought about this topic, and we really felt that we should rally behind this because a lot of women in different sectors are indeed going through a lot. I mean, yes, the pandemic is a lot, and it is something heavy to deal with. But apart from that, I know there's a lot more. So Rhea, can you just share with us real quick what you had in mind when you cooked this special segment up?
Yeah, so, at the very onset of the pandemic, when we started ideating around Hackbang, one of the things that I have been hearing from a countless number of friends who are women, who are experiencing this pandemic, is the weight on their shoulders. And, with having kids at home, with having to work with kids at home, and also trying to keep up and trying to keep in pace with all the demands that are coming in. Because truly, with the pandemic, we would think that it will be less and less jobs or less and less work. But it turns out to be quite a number of things that you have to do in order to pivot the way you work or to also adjust to the new lifestyle. So yeah, so that was basically the thought process that was going on in my head. Like, hey, why don't we tackle this conversation and think of it from the perspective of women who are in different industries, but also who are in different parts of the world, and learn from each other, right? So,
Yeah. So having said that, Gabrielle, let's go ahead with you. You're in Amsterdam, one place I want to go to for a very special reason. No, but so what has it been there like for you guys since the pandemic? Are you guys open economy now? Are you guys on quarantine? And you as a woman, how has it been for you? You, while we were interviewing you, my husband and I, you shared with us some pretty heavy stuff, which we'll probably get into on. But let's just start with you for now. What are some of the things you've been going through during this pandemic, and what's it like over there?
Yeah, so obviously we see a lot of details coming from Europe, and it's just interesting to see how different the countries in Europe are dealing with this. For the Netherlands, our prime minister is calling this an intellectual lockdown, which means that yes, there were definitely rules, and we had to stay in for a period of time, but as time progressed, he opened up a bit more of things that we could do. So currently where we stand now, from next Wednesday, basically everything is allowed. You can literally work, travel, everything is allowed if you keep 1.5 meters distance. So for us, it feels, obviously when we got the news, we saw what was happening in Asia. It came towards Europe. Obviously, we all saw the footage of Italy and Spain, but the Netherlands hasn't been hit in a sense like that. So yes, we had to go in quarantine. Yes, we had to get in lockdown, but already quickly, it was like, oh, we could always go to the supermarket, right? We could always go to things. We didn't have to get like a note like they had to do in France, even go on the street. You know, you had to show why you were going on the street. We didn't have any of that. So I feel like we almost have it quite free. In a sense. And I met a friend yesterday. He came over from Spain, and he says he landed here. He came into Amsterdam. He's like, it feels as if there's no corona here, because how it was in Spain, obviously it was very intense. And it's like, you guys are all just walking out here, and we wear our masks, but only in public transport, really. So I feel that's definitely been hit, and there have been of course measurements, but it's quite open and free. And so what it was for me, we couldn't work for some period of time at the office. So that's obviously then trying to find your way around it. How can you still be effective while being at home with people around you, with distractions and all that kind of stuff. And what Rhea said, like us women, we have more than just our work or whatnot. There's a lot of things that are expected from us to do as well. So it was definitely finding that balance. But I felt that this season also created an opportunity for new things. I think people were very open to have like these online segments, and all of a sudden the world was open, right? Like we could lean into things that are happening in the States with a webinar, or things that are happening in the Philippines, right? How else would we have had this situation with all these countries together? So I also really appreciate what this actually opened up for us, how it almost feels like, hey, there's no borders, there's no boundaries. We can just all connect in a new way. So I think that's also it's also important to look at the positives of such a big thing, right? So yeah, but obviously it was getting adjusted to. But I feel like for us, Amsterdam hasn't been the most intense like we've had.
Yeah. So maybe what would be nice is to check over with Patty and go around the world a little bit here. So let's take a stop over in Dubai and check. Patty, how is it for you over there?
Yeah, so for us it's a little bit different than in Amsterdam. We have had quite a lockdown here, and we needed to apply for a permit to go out just for 2 hours every 3 days for over a month. Now we're kind of getting back to life, but you know, as a woman, I've really probably felt it more than my husband, even though we're both full-time working in executive positions. You know, that thought of, oh, now I'm a teacher as well, and now everybody is in one place, and now we all need to work together and live together, and how are we supposed to conduct our conference calls and teach at the same time, and the 2-year-old is next to you, and when you have 2-year-old, you can't even go to a toilet by yourself. So that has been kind of, what is going on. We need to create a new space, a new way for us to find a way to be resilient and not just survive this time, but actually thrive in this time, right? So this has been challenge for, I guess, me as a woman, but also for us as a family. And from my experience, and I do a lot of research, I do a lot of reading, and women in leadership is part of it, and inclusion is the focus. I think this crisis showed us globally what's working and not what's working. Yeah. And it's really interesting, because whoever I talk to, in terms of clients or friends, people all say it's been so nice to be home with family. We've realized how much we focus on this and on our work, on traveling, on being away 4 or 5 days a week because of work and commitments, and just being together as a family has been so precious. So I think what we are noticing is the way we've been doing business, the way we've structured organizations, the way we've been chasing and running after something. I don't think it's going to work anymore. People are asking questions now, not just women, but generally people in organizations that they haven't asked before. And I do believe that women are feeling more now than before the burden of, childcare, housework, whatever it is. And we need to step up, in terms of family. Men need to step up as well in that area. But I think the big thing here is going to be how organizations are going to step up to create more flexible organizations, and organizations that don't just serve the man and the culture that we've created, how we work and what qualities we value and who we promote at work, but actually look at, this is not working. We need to see how can we bring more of what's needed for women to actually bring that quality that we want at a workplace. So I think, as Gabrielle and Ria said, it is tough, but I think there are some learning and some really good positive outcomes that we are going to see in organizations, if organizations are courageous and brave to actually implement them.
Yeah, and they're obviously they're already seeing that it can work. There can be a balance between family and work. So I think that's one of the positive things.
Yeah.
I see Nadine nodding as well as you.
I want to cry. I want to cry what she was saying, because it makes me feel hopeful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So share with us, Nadine, what has it been like for you in CDO? Because I see you, I don't know if you were like tearing up with what Patricia was saying.
I'm actually really tearing up right now.
Oh my gosh, talk to us.
Oh my God, the pandemic has been really overwhelming for me actually, as a leader of our organization, because it has been a series of crises in the Philippines. I'm the founder of Modern Nannies of Mindanao, a breastfeeding support group. So we help mothers lay the best foundations for lifelong health by making sure they breastfeed their children. So there was this. So since 2012, we have been helping mothers breastfeed during calamities like Typhoon Pablo in Compostela Valley, or Typhoon Yolanda in Visayas, and then recently Marawi siege in 2017. Then we had the Taal volcano eruption, plus the earthquakes in Cotabato. Then now we have this pandemic. So it has been a build-up of series of crises, and I really felt that women and children were most vulnerable during that time. It was overwhelming, because it's sad to think that women are usually the ones most vulnerable during this time, and sometimes we do get left behind. So it has been, sorry, I'm just really overwhelmed with how much stress there is on my end as a leader to hopefully like reach out to the community and protect them with all my might. But then sometimes I feel inadequate. I sometimes feel that I lack my resources. I cannot move that much because of the pandemic, because of the threat that could be there for myself and for my family. And then the mental stress that it places on me that, oh, I have to do this. I'm being torn. I'm torn between serving the community and like keeping my family safe. I have that kind of feeling right now. So that was during the start of the pandemic. It was like a lockdown. It was a lockdown, and usually during crisis, I would go out and really be the first one to charge into and like protect moms and babies. But then because of the pandemic, uh, um, it was a hazard to my family and my health. So I couldn't like do a full force of like go out and help because I had to protect my family, and that was a stressor for me during that time. I stayed home. I was worried about how babies were because babies were being separated from their moms. There were a lot of donations for milk for babies who didn't have breast milk. Um, it was always a struggle. It was always a struggle every crisis to educate people how to feed children properly. And then, well, together with that, I'm also like worried about the education of my kids. So how am I supposed to do my community work? How am I supposed to do my entrepreneurship while taking care of my children, keeping them safe at the same time? So that's one of my problems during this pandemic. But see how overwhelmed I am. So despite being too overwhelmed, hearing like the positivity from Patricia, the opportunities that are actually arising from the pandemic, it gives me hope. It really gives me hope that we can make family friendly practices that would benefit mothers and children and families. So we can balance it all if we create enabling environments, right? So this pandemic has actually been an opportunity for us to try to innovate workspaces and to even innovate in education. So we have to move out of classrooms, right? There are different ways to learn, not just in the four corners of classrooms. So yes, so that's it. I am overwhelmed. I was really overwhelmed during the pandemic. Imagine me being overwhelmed during the pandemic that I am secured with food. I have my opportunities. I have means of living, but it also helps me worry. It makes me worry about the other women who are being left behind. Because not all women are like us who are like privileged, who have these enabling environments. I am very much exposed to women who are struggling. Even without this pandemic, women are already being left behind. Women are already being left behind because they have unpaid childcare. They have to take care of the whole home, and at the same time, they need to do other things to help with the economics of the home. So I have families now. I have moms right now who said, "Where am I gonna get a job? How can I go to work if my kids will be homeschooled because of the pandemic?" So those are the things that women on my end are experiencing. And aside from that, there's also postpartum depression and mental health. There are women like suicidal because of this pandemic because they lose hope. So those are one of the many things. Those are the many things that women are facing right now. How do we survive? How do we survive if you don't have those enabling environments? How do we survive? How am I gonna do it? So yeah, I think I and some of the women that I know are left in that kind of crossroad. How am I gonna do it? How am I going to balance all this on my plate without like setting it all over? Right? I even have my baby right now playing with me.
And
So
yeah,
yeah.
these are valid, very valid questions, Celine. I think you actually, you know what, I have to say, this pandemic I was so grateful. I was like, Lord, is this because I don't have kids? I have cats. And this pandemic made me, well, I've stopped questioning why I don't have kids, right? But this made me realize, like, okay, maybe now I know why I don't have kids, because I know that if I had kids in this season, I don't think I'll survive. I really don't. I think the Lord knows me better, that He knows, like, if I had kids. That's why I am so amazed with mothers. You have such a strength about you that truly I have no words for, because I don't know how I would go through this season if I had kids. And in this season, I even told my husband, I thank God we don't have kids right now. So I can only imagine what you guys are going through. And I think what's nice about just having a session like this is that we get to unburden ourselves with one another. Am I correct, ladies? It's just finding somebody's circumstance reflected somewhat in my own, and knowing that, okay, I'm not alone. I'm not in a situation as I think I am in, because somebody else across the world is going through something the same thing. Patricia mentioned a while ago, all of a sudden you're a teacher as well. Is this because of your kids as well? Is that the
Yeah, I have two. I have 6-year-old and 2-year-old, and there was a day, I think like a month into the no schools, where I lost it. I seriously lost it, because I mean, I'm fine teaching adults. I don't do kids, okay? and I think this is also a moment where I've realized that I'm also a human being, and that I'm raising a human being in this season as well. So I, as a parent, I have a responsibility to teach him what this season actually means and what this season is about. So if it's crisis, how are we dealing with crisis? And I had to actually just sit down with tears in front of my 6-year-old and say, Mommy's really sorry. Mommy shouldn't have done that, and ask for forgiveness. And I think, the question for me as a mother is, what am I teaching my kids in this season, and what are they going to remember? Because if you think about the 2008 financial crisis and how many people lost jobs and how many people are losing jobs now, and the research shows us, all the numbers shows us, the women are actually the ones losing more jobs because they are in the service industry. So, everything that's been closed, hairdressers, events, hotels, whatever it is, there's a lot of women serving and working in these industries. So I think we need to also remember that we are raising the next generation, and what are they going to remember us saying and feeling? Yeah. So this, I don't have solution for women. What are we going to do now? Because I don't have anything to put on a plate for my kids to eat. I don't have a solution, but I also know that we are courageous. We women are courageous, and we can pull things together in times of crisis better than anybody else, or better than men. So I think this is just a time and season, and we really need to just push through, and there is the light at the end of the tunnel. And I think opportunities will emerge when we are open to it and we are looking for it. If we stay in a corner, closed, that's not going to happen. But if we are open, if we are searching, if we are asking, if we are knocking on doors, something will show up. And I pray for that for a lot of women around the world.
Yeah.
Thanks, Patty. What Patty said, when you talk about opportunities, my mind went somewhere else, because I was thinking, how about for those women who don't have the same opportunities, right? And I'm just curious, Gabrielle, she's in that area where she's looking at women who are being trafficked. And how is that? Like, the whole touch industry is also impacted. And that's not that we're promoting that, but like, a lot of people are really impacted by this, and especially women who are in those areas where there's just no opportunity.
Yeah. Well, what you often see is when crisis hits, then the trafficking world hits harder, right? I think Nadine already said, like, a lot of ladies who don't have the opportunity to provide for their children or for themselves, they're very vulnerable for a lot of things, for a lot of negative things, but definitely also trafficking. And actually where you guys are at, like, and forgive me that I can't really pronounce the word right. Is it Mindanao? Mindanao, yes. Actually, it's one of the hotspots for trafficking in the Philippines. And it's been created out of the conflict that has arisen like a few years ago, that there was a lot of conflict. And out of that, there's just trafficking these days is not anymore like, oh, I met a guy and he's a lover boy and now I'm into sex trafficking. It's actually organized crime. Like, it is the fastest growing crime in the world, because drugs you can sell once, right? Weapons maybe once or twice, but a person you can sell and sell and sell again. And that's why it's so lucrative for organized crimes to actually jump into this, the human trafficking aspect. And that's sex trafficking, and it's labor trafficking, and there's organ trafficking. Eh? So it's like there's a lot of things happening, but especially what you see in the Philippines, there's a lot of child prostitution as well. So can you imagine when this pandemic hits, there's a lot of organizations that are trying to and doing great things, right, in countries like the Philippines and basically all around the world, but that are doing a lot of great things, but then funding stops, right? So what happens then? They can't actively go into the places where they know these women or childs are being held. What happens then? So I think always what you see with these kind of things, when in general there's already like this level of, hey, there are people being trafficked, like millions of people are trafficked over the world. Like it's where you guys are at, it's estimated that 60 to 100,000 kids are in child prostitution, you know, are being trafficked in this. And those numbers are staggering, but that's already the normal basis. So can you imagine when actually there's no funding, there's no people reaching out, people can't actively help these people, it will just increase because the demand will always be there. Maybe not anymore internationally, but it will be local then, you know? So I think definitely what you would see with these things is that there's an increase, but also such a decrease in help. And I think there's where the balance goes out, because again, there's always been this level, but there's also been help. So change is happening and such. But what you now see is that the how do you say, the top of the pandemic has hit, and things are starting to evolve again. But I think it's so people are being helped. It's something to really be aware of. And then what you might feel like, oh, this is staggering, and what can I do, because these numbers are there, but I can't do anything. And when I said, you know, that where you guys are at is actually one of the hotspots in the Philippines, I saw some of you were like, what? Whoa, I didn't know. But it's a reality. So I think it starts with knowing and acknowledging that you've heard this. And actually it's raising awareness, right? I think it's such a dark thing. It's so, who wants to acknowledge or know that there's trafficking happening and people are being sold, like people, like your daughter, your sister, your colleague, your friend, those people are being sold. Like, who wants to acknowledge that, right? But it's in the dark. So us talking about it now raises awareness that it's happening. And I think then what could happen is that you can look up what are local, what is the government doing about it? You know, there's legislation in the Philippines about an anti-human trafficking law. Like it's there, so you can rally with politics, but you can also look up locally what organizations are fighting against this. How can I contribute, either financially, but that's a bit difficult, what Patty said as well, like a lot of people lost their jobs. So I feel like we can't expect people to really help financially, but what can you do practically? You know, there's a lot of children and women who would be trafficking, and they just need people. They need to have coaches, they need to have friends. You know, you can be a friend to these people. So I think it is overwhelming, and especially in these kind of situations like a pandemic, it actually increases. But there's definitely what I always like to think of, because sometimes it just overwhelms me, but it's all about the one. If one person gets rescued and maybe get restored, it's so worth it, all the effort. Because if you just keep looking at the number, you'll give up. Like, how can I get to 100,000 children out of child prostitution? I can't. But if it's one child and I see that life change, that makes the difference. And if everyone sees it like that, multiple children will be saved, right? So I think it's just not getting overwhelmed and just seeing locally, okay, who's here, what organization is here, and how can I be a part of that?
Right. That's some pretty heavy stuff, Gabrielle.
Yeah.
And when you shared this with me and my husband, we're like, what are you talking about? I live here. This is my backyard. I don't know that this is happening. But you're right, it's that what's great about, I guess, this platform is we get to talk about a lot of things, and certain things come into light just like what you said, that there is child trafficking and child prostitution happening here. Having said that, so just in case if people here, because I personally am not aware of any really, and maybe because I don't see it, but like what you said, that doesn't mean it's not there. If there are people who are aware of it, would you know who they can connect with here in the Philippines? Because hopefully who's watching it does know that it is happening, but they don't know who to connect with. So maybe that's one thing positive we can get out of what you shared.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So there's UNICEF is very active in the Philippines when it comes to this subject. So they would be one to connect with. And there are different organizations who might be there as well. For example, the A21 campaign is a company or a nonprofit that I've worked with in the past as well. And they actually have an office in the Philippines, but more so they have a hotline. It's a global hotline. It will be a different number per country, so you would have to just Google A21 campaign and you'll find it. But that's a hotline where people who are trafficked can call into for say 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Can call into to say, hey, I'm being trafficked. But also if you see something that you're like, I'm not sure if this is okay. You know, sometimes you walk on the street and you see a girl being held by a guy and being pushed and you're like, oh, are they fighting? What is happening there? You know, if you feel like, hey, this is not okay, you can also call and just say, hey, I saw something on the street. I'm not sure what it is, but I just wanted you guys to be aware, you know. I think that will help with you actively making a change, because when that builds up, obviously they can build a case, go to the police, work together, and maybe keep girls out, right? So I would say UNICEF, the UN as well, and there will be local organizations, and I know of A21 that they're definitely there as well. So I would say, yeah, just look those up. Yeah.
Thank you, Gabrielle. So there you go, guys. UNICEF and A21 are organizations that you guys can reach out to. Should you feel that you're seeing something that you're not comfortable with, or you're not sure what's going on, then there you go. So being able to talk about that, Gabrielle, what are you, because Patricia mentioned a while ago, what are we teaching our children? What are we teaching our youth? With what is happening right now, what can you teach the younger women in your area? It doesn't even have to be about child trafficking for now. It's really, what are you doing? Not necessarily teaching, but what are you doing that people, or that women, young women, can see that you feel can make a difference in their lives for them in the future?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think what Patty said, hey, we're here to build the next generation, right? And I think that's a responsibility that we have on us. People look at us, they see how we handle this. And of course, we lose it sometimes, as Patty also mentioned, that's what we all have. But I think it's very important to be aware that people are watching. And I don't have kids yet, but I do have a lot of people in my life, and younger women, as you said. And I am, for example, I'm a partner at a law firm. And so they look at me like, how do you handle that? How do you deal with your employees, right? But also in your private life, how do you keep standing? Are you complaining? Are you going in a mode of like, oh, it's too much, I can't handle it? Or are you finding opportunities? So what we've done here locally in Amsterdam with a group of girls, we just did every day. I went on the Instagram live and just had different topics that we would talk about, and they could send in questions, and we would just talk and just try to help them to say, hey, what are you guys facing? And us being a bit more mature or further along, how can we speak into that? What can we say that we've been doing that they might that could help them forward? And I think it's really just an openness and us being willing to let these girls, young women, come to us and actually having a conversation with them, and acknowledging that we don't know it all, but that we might have a different way of approaching the situation that they haven't seen, right? I think that's what it's all about. It's not like, hey, you should do it like this or this, but hey, have you thought about doing it like this? Or have you thought about your mindset? Like, there's a way to look at it. And I think we all got overwhelmed when this happened. Of course, like, it's a pandemic. Who is not overwhelmed? But what I really see is that there's people who then fall victim of their mind because it's just all negative and it's so tough and it's hard, and it is. However, you can arrest those thoughts and actually move into the positive way. Like, what can come out of it? what new opportunities are here, with acknowledging that it might be tough. But I feel if you're stuck in that mindset, you just fall victim of it. And are you gonna wait till we're back at it? What is back at it again? Will we get to our, is this a new normal? Will we go back to our normal? No one knows. We don't know what will happen. So I feel, especially with the conversation I have, is like, hey, you can definitely acknowledge that it's difficult or tough, but how are you thinking about it? How are you talking about it? What are you speaking? Because what you speak out is also what frames you, right? And then how are you actively working on that? So I think that's something that I've been really trying to locally talk to the younger women with, to just help them change that way of thinking and seeing things. Yeah.
This is good. Yeah. And you truly will be able to lead through example, just by them seeing what you're doing. That's them seeing, I want to be like that. I want to do something like that, right? Make an impact. Patricia, you live in Dubai, and I used to live there. I lived there for 4 years. And so I know what the world there is like for women back in the day. I left in 2009. What was it like more open? Are they still, is it society?
I'm sorry, Shaila, I could not hear your question because Nadine screen was on and the sound was
okay.
in there.
So, yeah, no problem. So what's it like for women there now in Dubai? Because I know when I was living there, it wasn't towards other women of other nationalities, they're not so strict. But of course, towards the locals, they were. What are you seeing now in Dubai for women there?
Yeah. So in terms of women at a workplace, I think the topic is a focus not just for the government but also for organizations. So I've been here for 5 years. We've moved here in 2015, and definitely, if I think about when we moved and I had my son was 6 months old, and I remember searching for a job, and people were like, why are you searching for a job? Your husband earns good money, just stay at home and relax. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's not, there's dreams, there's passion. So I think this is a part of the world where you see more women at home rather than at the workplace. But it has been shifting quite a lot, and it's been shifting because a lot of women really would like to work, but the work culture here is not as flexible and well balanced as it is in Europe. So what we see is you need to be at the office 9 to 5, 9 to 6. You can't really work flexibly home whenever you want to because your child is sick or whatever it is. So depending on what organization you work for, there might be different ways of working around this topic because it's not government regulated. But since the government took on the whole agenda for more women in leadership in executive positions, there's been more and more laws coming in place around maternity leave and things like that, and flexibility that is a little bit more, I would say, nice to see for women, right? Saying that, I think, looking at also the schooling system and that you don't have childcare afterwards, then still, you have to pick up your child at 2 p.m. from school. You can't stay at work until 5 or 6. So I think, I realized when coming here from Holland, where Gabby is, and Denmark and Poland, where I've lived before, that having those support systems that are given by the government is for women to actually succeed and be in top, get to the top executive positions, because that was not conversation in Holland or in Denmark. There were some topics around it. There were conversations around we need more women on executive positions and on board level. Yes, but the whole more women at a workplace, that was not a conversation. Women were at a workplace. Yeah. So I think, depending on which part of the world, this is a completely different conversation. And I've seen it shifting. I've seen more and more women also taking responsibility for their career. And I think here and in some parts of Europe, we've seen a lot of companies and a lot of schools building a lot of women in leadership programs around, we need to fix you to kind of, as a woman, we need to fix you. You need to be more like this and this in order to get to the top level. And I think this is now time where we're like, you don't have to fix us, you just need to fix the system and the culture of organizations. Right? So I think what we are going to see, not just here in this part of the world, but everywhere in the world, that we need to shift the way we work. We need to shift the way we create cultures in organizations. We need to shift the way we run talent management, how we're actually reviewing performance, who gets promoted. It's not about charisma. It's not about being, seem confident. It's actually about humility. It's actually about team leadership, things like that actually women outperform on average, and that's what academic research shows. So I'm really curious, not just here but around the world, to see how we also women are going to stand up and be like, okay, it's time. We cannot go back. We're not going back a few steps. We're going forward. So we need to start shifting the things that need to shift in order to make it happen.
Wow, that's quite a handful, Patty, and I love that, it resonated so much with me, also from the perspective of organizational culture and shaping mindset within organization. And it's not just a women thing, actually. We need the men. It's definitely, it's not just a woman thing, because we will not be successful without their consent as well, without them supportive of the whole thing. Yeah, well, it resonates with the three of us because we're all from this part of like Europe and the world. I'm curious with Nadine, how do you take this, the ideas from Patty and Gabriella, and how do you see this resonating with you and your situation?
They are totally a level out of my world, because the women mostly that I work with are women who are like stay-at-home moms and then homemakers, and then some success stories that I would like to share, because even before the pandemic, I have seen women with great strengths and resilience. As long as you give them the right enabling environments and the good support for them to like stand up on their feet, because women can be anywhere. They can be in organizations, they can be in homes, they can be in the community, anywhere. A nice thing about women is that they have a special set of talents, different sets of strengths, and we have to give them opportunities for them to like develop it. I'm very proud of one mom who we helped with Modern Nanais of Mindanao. She was once someone I just met in the line during a prenatal exam. Like, we were waiting in line for the OB, and then I was sharing with her, hey, you should breastfeed, hey, you should use cloth diapers, you should do all these things. And then from that sharing of like parenting ideas, she actually followed what I said, to breastfeed her children, to use cloth diapers, to wear her babies, and that's where her Modern Nanay success story came out. So this is Mommy Sharon. She has 4 children. The first 2 kids were not breastfed. She was a sales lady. She was selling kamote and banana queue along the streets and those kinds of story. But now she's actually making world-class tablea products. She used something that she already knew and then shared it to the network of moms that we had, and we like supported her and said, hey, Mommy Sha, you should really invest in this. It's really so good. And when she had that determination to market her talents, now she has a thriving business. She's making like really world-class products, tablea ni Mami Sha, and she's one of my favorite success stories who just came out because Modern Nanais of Mindanao wasn't an organization that sprouted out as it's really, we are really so young. We are an organization that's still so young. We actually still need guidance from people like Patty. How do we organize our organization to like help other people and make more success stories like
tableya ni Mami Sha, because there are so many women on our side who need so much help but have so much talent. It's just that we are lacking of enabling environments, lacking of people to tap along with, so that they can actually like really become economically independent. You know, they can care for their kids at the same time, do something they love, and actually help out in the home. So these are the stories that we have in Modern Nanas of Mindanao. We are really struggling to like how do we fit in society? How can we like take care of our family? How can we contribute? And sometimes even if we don't know how, like we don't have a manual, sometimes the good opportunities just come by and we have to grab it. So I think we need to create those enabling environments and make sure we find those women, and we need to make sure that the services, the support that we are making are the things that they are actually supposed to be. I mean, they should be the ones on board. Because there sometimes, in my experience with working with international government organizations, INGOs, sometimes the project design comes from up there. You get me? The project comes from up there, but they don't know what's happening down here. This is what they need, but then they're asking you that, no, this is what the project asked. This is what the funder said. So this is what you're going to do, but then it's not a fit to what the community needs. I had experiences like that before. So I think women need to be listened to because they can create their own solutions, but we do need extra help to like guide us to implement those solutions and actually bring us up and become better. So another example was me. I was a stay-at-home mom for like 7 years. Since 2012, I was just a stay-at-home mom doing my nonprofit work with Modern Nanas of Mindanao. I literally had no income. It's in really like zero income. I just got it from my husband. He's the one who's like, okay, you do the events and the volunteer work and all that, but I really didn't have income coming in. And that actually was a source of stress for me for 7 years. Like, I have these opportunities, I have these privileges, I have all these ideas, but then I don't have anything for myself. So I'm actually one of the 8 million women around the world who is financially unstable because of housework and childcare and all that. And that's a problem that a lot of women experience, even if they have a degree, even if they finish from college. If I'm having that problem, so are hundreds of women who doesn't have the same opportunities as me. But here comes one of the things that I am proud of. I am now a social entrepreneur. I'm actually having my own business, and I'm actually banking on the skills that I did because somebody finally said, okay, I'll support you with what idea you have. I won't touch anything. I won't pressure you to give me these reports, to give me this other stuff. Okay, do what you want. Tell me how much money you need to build your business. What do you want to do there? It's all on you. So now I have a 1 year and running social enterprise called Alima Mother Support Center, where we actually help mothers breastfeed. And my mental health has been so much better because I am actually now empowered. I can like have money to buy groceries. I have my own expense and not living out of pocket of my husband. And I think if women will have that kind of opportunity, like for someone to listen to them and actually trust them, they would really like go great miles. And that's how amazing women are.
If I may add to this, because I think Nadine has mentioned something very important. That's universal. No matter if we're in Dubai, in Netherlands, or Philippines, or China, wherever we are, the power of community and the power of encouragement, it can't stop us. So I think the lesson, for what I'm learning from Nadine, what she's saying, and the lesson from my personal life, is we need to have people around that really support us and not put us down. And especially in times of crisis, when we want to move forward and we want to succeed, who are the people around us? Are they putting us down, or are they actually pushing us forward? And it doesn't mean that they agree with us on everything, but are they challenging us on the right things, or are they just saying no because they don't believe it's possible? Yeah. So because when we're in community, and we all know that there is just something special, there's power, there's alignment, there are values that drive us forward. And I know without my girl gang, my friends, I would not be where I am. These girls are just supporting, encouraging, praying, whatever it is, that help me to move forward. And I'm hearing somebody said to Nadine, here you go for it, push her forward, right? We need girls in Philippines, you need people around you that will push you forward, that will support you, that will cry with you when we need to cry, but also that will laugh with you and that will celebrate you when we can do that.
Yeah, I love what you're saying, Patty. And for me, what resonates there is that we should also be that woman, right? We should hold that spot and say, I want to be that woman who wants to support my friends. Because it's one thing to say that I want community, but we also need to own that. We need to own that as women, that we want to be standing next to each other. Yeah. And not be tearing each other apart as well.
Fully agree. Fully agree.
Especially during this time of COVID, it really is a time for us to extend more patience with one another. And if anything, I'm glad that we're also realizing that so we're mothers, right? We're women, we have kids, we have nieces. What we're seeing now is family is important, right?
Yes.
I think that's just one of the really most positive things that we were able to see out of this pandemic is, okay, I'd rather spend time with my family. Even when Rhea and I were talking about the normal, when people are saying, I want the new normal, I want the next normal, I want the normal to come back. And we're like, yeah, no, I want to go back to working my ass off all day. I want this. I was able to have time to tend my garden. I have time to bake for my husband. This is the kind of life that I want. And we're able to do powerful stuff, women, just by opening our laptops, spending time here just a little bit. And that's one thing that I love. Actually, that's how many things that I love about this pandemic. So hopefully this is a reminder to the women out there who want to go back to the normal, this is a really good time to reassess what that meant for us before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, this was a really interesting discussion. Women, we wanted to do this 30 minutes. We've been going on for more than that. This is what happens when women get
always with women, right? Group of girls and
30 minutes isn't enough. I'm 30
It's
minutes
never
isn't
enough.
enough.
It's never enough. But
There's
yeah,
so many things we have to talk about.
Yes.
Yes, and we should do this more often to the women out there. The internet is here. We just simply need to use it as a platform to elevate each other, to lift each other up. I truly wish this conversation can go on for longer. But before we end, before we let you guys go, can we just have one round of what we wish to see moving forward? What kind of world do we want? I'm tearing up and I have no kids.
It's a really big question. Because I think there's so much that you want to see changed, right? But I think I'm not going to go into this whole question because it's too big. And if you want to share what you would like to see, I think out of this, and I think talks about it is, and Rhea said it, people, the girls, women, we tear each other down. We're so competitive and comparing and stuff, and it's just not needed. It's ugly. It's not bringing you anything. If anything, the person will walk on and you just feel crap still. So if it's so good. I know it myself. What Patty said, your girl gang, to know that girls have your back. And actually, when you meet them, they're not like, oh, but they're actually, oh, I love what you're doing. Keep going. and see how you can support each other. And I think what you said, hey, we took a step back in this pandemic, so we saw, hey, actually the time at home is very precious, the time with family is very precious. But I think we should hold on to that, but we should also hold on to being, hey, we're in this together, no matter where we're in this world, because we're having a conversation in 5 different cities right now. We all feel that same thing, and we all can feel like isolated or lonely. And actually, no, we are women, we're a sisterhood, we can have each other's back. So what I would wish to see is that whole negative aspect of being a woman will just move, and that we can actually cheer each other on, because there's nothing better than that. And what Rhea said, I really want to reiterate that as well. Be that girl yourself. Because what I hear when people are like, oh, I don't have friends, or I don't have those women in my life. Well, you can't wait for the doorbell to ring and for them to show up. Be that yourself, and what you reap, you sow, right? So I think if you can just take that position of, hey, no, I'm going to be a cheerleader for other women in my life or in my local area, I'm 100% sure that it will come back to you even in bigger ways. So yeah.
I just want to add to what Gabrielle said. Unhealthy comparison creates unhealthy competition. Do not compare yourself to others. You've been created with talents, with gifts, with personality, with passions. Use that rather than compare yourself to somebody else, because comparison, unhealthy one. Sometimes we do need to compare, but this is not what I'm talking about. That comparison, she's got this or he's got that and I don't, is not healthy. Really look inside yourself and see what you have that you can bring out there and actually shine. But there's one thing that I'm seeing, in my work with organizations and with clients, that I really hope and believe one day we're going to see, is that people are valued not for what they do and deliver in terms of Excel file, PowerPoint, and I don't know what else their role is, but actually for who they are.
Yeah.
For who they actually are. Because I think if we look at people and we see really people rather than the skills and the tasks they need to deliver, I think we're going to shift organizations completely.
I love what you're saying, Patty, and maybe Shyla would recognize this. The way we set up this entire project with Hackbang, we first started with, so how are we going to do this? Are you just going to tell us what to do? And I was really very clear from the get-go, no. Because we have all our giftings, right? We have each other's individual strengths. We bring something very unique to the table that is totally part of who we are. And I love that about this whole team behind this Hackbang project, is that we come with this with our full hearts, and we show up in our very early morning meetings and just be there and pick up what is on the table and run with it. And I just love that we can come with our full selves and not worry like, I have something up. Everyone's so accepting of these things as well.
So nice. If you each have a goal, have a vision, and then you just help each other to reach that. Like you go, that somebody said, if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go farther, you go together, right? So that was really a great lesson for me, being around like women, because I couldn't have been where I am without my family, my husband, my support group, my friends, because that's where the inspiration comes from. Like wanting to help solve their problems and how my problems resonate with them, and actually have like we're on the same boat. I'm not alone in this. It's important to have support. It's important you don't, and there are new moms who actually want to have that strong front, who think that because I should be this woman, I should be this mother, and they like mother on their own. But humans were not made to mother alone. We always had a tribe to do that with us. And I think women should really find that tribe. Women should really find people who understand them and have the same visions and the same values as them. And if you don't have one, then create one, right? That's what I did way back 2012. I didn't have one, so why make one? You won't let me bring my baby along with me, then I'll make my own rules. I'm gonna do it on my own, right? And nobody's gonna tell me you can't because I'm making my own organization, so I can do it. So there isn't really things that we cannot do, right? We actually can do a lot of things if we are unable to do it. So in the new normal that Shaila's asking for, what is my new normal in the future? The new normal that I am hoping for is really more time with my kids, more time at home. Like imagine, I remember my child telling me, Mom, when she was in school, she was saying, Ma, I really miss you. I'm all day at school and you're just with my younger siblings and your guys are all home. You're having so much fun. Then why not shift, like continue doing community work, family work, because family is a basic unit of society. You can actually teach our kids at home. It shouldn't be in school. It can't be just in school. It can't be just in the office. The world is our school. The world is our office. Like your goal is to be good people. Our goal is to help people. Our goal is to raise better children for a better tomorrow. Why should that be enclosed in one space or in one community? And that's what actually Hackbang is doing right now. You like break those barriers. Imagine that I'm in a webinar with people in Butuan. Oh my gosh, Amsterdam, Dubai, and Switzerland. I wish to be there one day. So and meeting these amazing people. So there are we are already in an era of information right at our fingertips. We can be socially distanced, but we can still be connected with the technology that we have, and it doesn't have to be expensive. We can still do TV, radio broadcasts, internet. So there's so many possibilities moving forward. We can't go back to the old normal, right? We can't go back. We can't hurry back and say, oh, we have to do our 8-hour shifts again, right? No, we can't do that anymore. So it should be output based, not time limited anymore. And I think that's what women and families and everybody should be pushing for, to change, to innovate, to move forward and never go back. So the pandemic is kind of like a blessing. If it's a silver lining, then this is definitely one, right? And I'm one of the many blessings that I count and really pray and I really hope for. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this is amazing. Because of the pandemic, I've had the pleasure and opportunity to meet women from different corners of the world. Indeed, what a blessing. And my hope is that, I mean, even after all our discussions, is that someday we can meet each other. That's my dream. Just finally meeting the amazing people who helped make this happen. So I don't want to cry, but I'm emotional. Somebody on Facebook is saying, I love this conversation. You ladies are inspiring. Who would have thought we seriously just thought of, okay, let's go online, let's just talk about whatever we women are going through. And all of a sudden, it resonates with a lot of women. So thank you, ladies. I wish we could go on for longer, but hopefully this is not the end of this relationship. I know that this is online. We met online. This could be the end of it. Bye. I won't see you guys again. Hopefully that's not it. Hopefully this pandemic makes us realize that relationships are important. And hopefully this new one that we've built here over the internet can pursue later on. How, why, I don't know, Lord. It really is up to you. But thank you so much for the time that you've given us, ladies. We appreciate you. And thank you, Rhea, for making this happen. You really had the wisdom of saying this is gonna make sense and this is gonna resonate with some of the women, and it seems a lot of the women are tuned in, just listening to us and seeing themselves in our conversations. So with that, we'd like to end this. Thank you once again. Gabrielle, Patricia, and Nadine, thanks for joining us today, and hopefully we'll see you again next time. Bless you, ladies.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. I had fun.
Yeah, with that, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. We still have a couple more hours to go. We've got 3 hours and running. We started at 8 a.m. and it seems like there is no stopping us from where we are. Rhea, any last words before we just go to our sponsors?
Yeah. Wow, what a conversation, Shai. Who would have thought that we would go so deep into this topics? But what's important is that we tackle these conversations, we talk about it. We don't have to find the solution today, but at least we talk about it and we figure out together, how can we make that change? How can we make that small change, right? And just rally your girl gang, find your friends and take them along with you in this journey. Yeah. So with that, Shai, over to you. Thank you.
All right. Yes, our director back is telling us, yeah, we'll wrap this up. Thank you so much, ladies. We appreciate you truly. God bless each and every one of you, and we'll see you guys soon.
Hey guys, I hope you're having a good day. This song I'm going to be playing for you is a song that I really like to listen to, especially when I was a kid before. It kind of reminds me of how I'd like, when you were a kid. When you're a kid, you imagine what you want your world to be like, and with the things that's happening right now, don't we all somehow wish that things could be better? So I hope you guys like this song and enjoy it.
Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you will see into your imagination. We'll begin the spin, traveling in a world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you wanna view paradise, you simply look around and view it. Anything you want, you do it. Wanna change the world? There's nothing to it. no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there, you will be free if you truly wish to be. If you want to view paradise, you simply look around and view it. Anything you want, you do it. Want to change the world? There's nothing to it. There is no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there, you will be free if you truly wish to be.
Hi, my name is Andre Ruelo, and the first song I will sing is Norwegian Wood by the Beatles, with a surprise mashup of another Beatles song. I once had a girl, or should I say, she once had me. She showed me her room, isn't it good, Norwegian wood. She asked me to stay and she told me to sit anywhere. So I looked around and I noticed there wasn't a chair. I sat on a rug, biding my time, drinking her wine. We talked until 2, and then she said, it's time for bed. She told me she worked in the morning and started to laugh. I told her I didn't and crawled off to sleep in the bath. not sleeping while my guitar gently weeps. I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping. Still my guitar gently weeps. I don't know why nobody told you how to unfold your love. I don't know how someone controlled you. They bought and sold you. I look at the world and I notice it's turning. Why my guitar gently weeps. With every mistake we must surely be learning. Why my guitar gently weeps. Fire, isn't it good? No, This next song is called Crazy Little Thing Called Love by the band Queen, which was composed by the lead vocalist Freddie Mercury in just under 10 minutes on the guitar. I'd like to call in a very good singer. She is a praise and worship leader at Revelation City Church who has a very big heart for the conservation of wildlife. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the rock star, Jazz Torres.
Hi everyone!
3, 2, 1, and...
This thing called love, I just can't handle it. This thing called love, I must get around to it. I ain't ready. Crazy little thing called love. This thing called love, it cries in a bed all night. It swings, it jives, it shakes all over like a jellyfish. I kinda like it. Crazy little thing called love. There goes my baby. She knows how to rock and roll. She drives me crazy. She gives me hot and cold fever and leaves me in a cool sweat. Be cool, relax, get hip, get on my tracks, take a back seat, hitchhike, take a long ride on my motorbike till I'm ready. Crazy little thing called love. There goes my baby. She knows how to rock and roll. She drives me crazy. She gives me hot and cold fever and leaves me in a cool sweat. This thing called love, I just can't handle it. This thing called love, I must get around to it. I am ready. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Oh, crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy Thank you, everyone.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, to all of our mad hackers out there who's currently watching right now. It's 5:26 in the afternoon, and we're down to our last segment for today's first ever virtual hackathon in Mindanao. And we're down to our not so near yet so far, but this is one of the most exciting segment that all of you guys and of course Hackbang team have been waiting for. We will be talking about artificial intelligence. So together with us is the technical manager of Netzon, Hil Regalado, and joining with us, of course, is the CEO of Netzon, running this company in the Philippines. Please join me in, Charisse. Yeah. Hi, ma'am.
Hey, Jerome. Thank you for that introduction. Hi, Hil. So I'm not the main speaker, but I will just give you an overview of our company. And then, and then Hil will follow suit and talk about the topic that you're most waiting for. So let me just share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I'm still not allowed to share my screen yet.
All right, hold on.
Yeah. All right.
Our director to let you be one of
I promise you I won't take long. I talk fast anyway, so I won't take up much of Hil's time.
I think you might need to go back to the backstage so that the director, can assign you to be one of the co-hosts
All
so
right.
that you can share screen. So
I'll be
ayan.
back.
All right, we'll wait for Cherise. So I know you guys are very much excited for this topic from the title alone, artificial intelligence. So if there is an artificial intelligence, I really don't have an idea what that is, but we have two good people out here who will be sharing with us what's really this artificial intelligence. This might be one of the possible solution to the current problems we're facing right now due to this pandemic. Maybe the artificial intelligence could be one of the medium or the catalyst to speed up the resolution of the current problem. So they will be talking more all of that. I guess our Charisse is up and we'll try to wait for more. And of course, sa lahat po ng mga nanonood dyan, we are also streaming live at our YouTube channel. That's Hackbang TV. And Charisse is here. Go ahead. Charisse.
All right, so I'll be quick. I just want to introduce you to our company. It's called Netzon, and our purpose and our mission is really to create a positive impact through the use of technology. We have two offices. Our main office for marketing is in Sweden, and the operations is here in the Philippines. And this is our team. Lacking one core value, but these are the four core values that we strongly follow. As you can see, we really have fun. Sometimes people think we're not doing anything, but if they only know how serious the things we're doing are, but it's really part of who we are as a company. And so these are some of the technologies that we specialize in, and we do web applications, mobile, we do data visualizations, analytics, and as you know, what will be our topic for today, it would be AI and machine language. So sharing with you our tools, I think some of the hackathon participants can see some familiar tools here that we're using, Slack. So these are the tools that we use, and just sharing with you some of the projects that we have had and that are still ongoing. So we specialize in retail. This is an online platform. And if you want to know more about this product that I'm showing, you can just go online at their URL. So this was, I think, one of the things that I discussed in our previous live interview the healthcare solution. This is our client and this is their product. You can also go here to see what they have in store for healthcare. So this is one of the other things that we've done. So if you can see, it's really healthcare and retail mostly. Psoriasis app, and this is something that you might be interested in. So we're doing IoT in terms of Bluetooth mesh, and that's another one we're going to be talking about next week on Monday. So I hope you can join us there too. And just a few of our other clients. And that's it for an introduction of Netson. And I'm very excited to introduce our main speaker for today. He is one of the people that I most admire in the team. He is a digital adventurer. He prefers to stay indoors with his loved ones. And he loves everything that flies in the air or moves underwater, or even those that, go around in space. In his spare time, he follows geopolitics, foreign policy, and anything state-of-the-art military. He knows about that. So you can also ask him about that. But today, he will be talking about artificial intelligence and machine language. Please help me welcome Hill.
Thank you so much, Charisse, for joining with us. We were so shocked that you're with us right now, but it is an honor and pleasure to have you on board. Thank you so much. And right now, I guess he's ready, ladies and gentlemen, mga kamad hackers. Please help me welcome the technical manager of Netson to show us what really an artificial intelligence is, Hill Regalado.
Hi, thanks for the introduction, Jerome. Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen in this video so that you can see my presentation. Okay. So I'll start with this slide that indicates a Dilbert. This is actually a Dilbert comics. And there is this guy who wants to introduce a product as an MVP. And the other guy notices it's just a block of wood. And then the first guy introduces, this is AI, artificial intelligence. Ask it any question. So the other guy asks, what is my middle name? And the first guy says, it's being shy, just like people. So the other guy, dumbfoundedly, just says, it has emotions. So basically, AI, this talk will be about AI, and I hope this talk will contribute to your knowledge of AI. But full disclaimer, at least at this moment, I am not an expert of AI, but I can share to you what we've learned working with AI with NetZone. So at least our experiences and some of the basics that we've been able to learn. Okay, so this car should be familiar by now by a lot of us. So this is the Tesla, and then a product of Tesla. And it is one of those cars where there's a feature called autopilot. And also, everyone should be familiar by now, some of these icons. I'm not going to say these words as it might trigger all these AIs in your phones, in your pockets. But all of you who use AI on a daily basis might be familiar with these words. So this is just a video I'm going to play about how it works in a car like Tesla. So for some of you here who has a car like this one, then you might be using this every day to go to the office, do some groceries. Others might be interested in buying one. So I'll play this video now. It's just for a few seconds so that at least you can see how it works. So this video is in fast forward, and the driver's hands are off. So this means the car is driving by itself, and it's assisted by satellite navigation in the center console, and it guides the car where to go. And it should be safe so that at least a lot of people will buy the car, and it is. But of course, this is a developing technology, and they are improving it day by day. So just an inside look of what happens from the inside of the car. So I'm going to play this clip once again, and this is one of the cameras in the car. And of course, the car has many sensors, cameras that look out to to the outside and see what's out there. And AI is continuously working behind the scenes so that the control surfaces of the car can be controlled. So applying pressure on the accelerator, applying on the brake, and just enough so that the person sitting, the passengers of this car, will not be injured. So it should be a safe travel for the passengers of the car. You can experience sometimes if there's someone studying for the first time how to drive a car. It might be a bit the experience might not be too good. So in this case, the AI that drives the car is now, at least at this moment, well trained, and the experience will be quite good. Another example here I'm going to show is a couple of things going on. There will be some AI and machine learning lingo thrown around here and there, but I'll try to explain them as we go along. So this is one of Detectron. It is a research and development effort by Facebook. And what's its purpose is to identify stuff in an image. So partly you could say this is an image analysis tool. And then what it's doing here is a job called segmentation, where portions of an image, pixels, a group of pixels, are grouped into one area and then identified. So in the upper left corner, it is being labeled as a sky. In the right corner, it's a tree. And the persons are also labeled. There are also percentages being shown. Those are the confidence levels of the AI that was trying to predict what this bundle of pixels are. So this has identification and segmentation going on. And so there's a new term here, deep learning. I will go deep into that later, but first, these are some of the applications. We have image recognition, NLP, natural language processing. NLP is quite common right now. All Android phones have this. All iPhones have this. That being Siri and Google Assistant. Also, today we have Alexa and Cortana from Microsoft. Might not be common in some areas, but in other areas of the world, they are more ubiquitous. So a lot of people will use them on a daily basis. And so all this, for example, the portfolio management and prediction, drug discovery, and better diagnostics of disease in healthcare, speech recognition, and self-driving cars are some of the applications for AI. So this is another comic I'm inserting. I'm really a good fan of Dilbert. So here's the manager asking for a schedule, and then the phone rang before the secretary did. Confirm that the secretary was able to note that down. So never mind, my phone took care of it. So sometimes, at some point, this will be more common, and I think this is happening today already. And this is just an example of how some tasks might be replaced by AI in the future. Whereas someone has to spend for front desk, especially those are some of the tasks that are at risk, but can be replaced at some point by AI. And this is just one example of that. But I don't think it's here now, but it's something that everyone can prepare for. And if you feel like you're one of those that could be at risk, then at least we have good time to prepare. Especially in these challenging times, it's really a good idea to look at some areas that so that we can prepare for eventualities. Okay, so I'm just going to be discussing some terms. So we have a couple of abstractions that we can check out so that we know exactly how deep this goes. So AI is just like another science subject. could be taught in school someday at an earlier age, maybe added like science, math, history, and maybe at some point AI. Uh, and then also beneath that is a more specific topic of machine learning. And there are dozens of different ML methods. And also lower that, we have another subject, neural nets. So this is the neural network area. And then the way to teach these neural networks, there are a couple of techniques, and one of them is deep learning. So these are different things. They are being described as different layers in the technology stack, or at least as subject matters. But there are three main components here. One is the data set, another is the algorithm, and then the features. I'm showing here some notes on the data set. There are a lot of public data sets, and I will open this link so that at least you'll be familiar how that might look like. So here's an example of a public data set. Okay, I hope you can see that. And then here listed in this site are data sets for agriculture, biology, climate and weather, physics. Example, if I open the biology data set, the American I'm not really an expert in biology or anything, but we have stuff like this. So this contains a lot of data regarding this particular topic of biology. And there are a few more data sets. One interesting way others have been working with AI and producing data set is using synthetics. Basically, instead of collecting information, they produce the information where AI can be applied to assist in training the machine. So this is just an example of a production of human faces where the AI can learn from, instead of actually having someone to collect thousands of pictures of faces. And this is now the application. But they're saying here, Microsoft Research, it's being trained not with real human data, but with synthetic data. Okay. Next is the algorithm. There are many ways algorithm is being used. So we have here Detectron 2, BERT, and Transformer. So Detectron 2, a work of Facebook I showed you earlier. Some of these algorithms are best applied for different use cases. And there are way more algorithms than I'm linking here. And then we have features. So in the Detectron 2, for example, I showed some features where it was detecting the face, the trees, the objects, or even the road. So these are some of the features that we're trying to, in case of Detectron 2, classify. So basically, it revolves around this area, the dataset, algorithm, and the features. A very simplified block diagram would be something like this. But what's happening here is that we have some training examples that we use to train the model or the machine learning algorithm. And these examples, what we do is we use that to teach the ML. And then once we have finished teaching, we have determined that we can now test. We try it with inputs, and then it produces outputs. For the technical guys, here are some of the tools that are being used as described by this snapshot from an NVIDIA training module. TensorFlow, CAF, Keras, MXNet, PyTorch are just examples of the tools that are used. And then you can export the neural net, which was used during which was trained as the output of the training. And then finally, you can optimize that and then deploy it. So the deployment can be quite varied depending on the application of the AI. So for example, in an application like the Tesla, of course, you're going to deploy the AI, everything about it within the car. So that at least if you are cut off from the internet, the car can still drive you around. That's just an example. Or have a good way to at least hand over back the control of the car to the driver. So this really depends on where you deploy your AI solution. I'm also adding here darknet, which is I'm really a fan of. So they have, I think, a newer version, but here we have the YOLO v3. I can show later how this works. So that's also one of the tools. So basically, this is how roughly a neural network might look like. It's actually patterned from a little bit of our biology, especially in our brain where there are neurons. But there is an input layer and an output layer. The input layer could be the pixels in an image, and the output layer could be pixels in an image, or also coordinates or regions of that image. And some others, the output could be just plain classifications of what that image could be. If you give it a picture of a cat, then on the other side, it will show up as a binary representation of what it means if there is a cat in that picture. So that's just it, the input layer and the output layer. And what we're really trying to achieve here is to have a good amount of hidden layers, with each layer, with each node in the hidden layers having different weights and biases, and then such that the final output is what we desire. So there's a quote here from Weights and Biases, one of the tools that most machine learning professionals use in training neural networks. The number of layers is highly dependent on the problem and the architecture of your neural network. You're essentially trying to Goldilocks your way into perfect neural network architecture. So this statement means trying to Goldilocks your way into a perfect neural network architecture is that it's partly you're somewhat like guessing and trying to tweak it a little bit, tweak it more until it works good. So that is one way of doing AI. And this is how they would describe it. And then we have two different things. As I said earlier, in the abstractions, there was machine learning, and then beneath that, there was deep learning. So basically, what the difference is that with machine learning, you're actually helping out the machine to learn. So if you want an artificial intelligence that can say to you, if you give it an input of a picture, it can say to you whether it's a cat or not, then you'd have to have so many pictures of cats. And then number one, you'd have to be sure that the positive input are actually pictures of cat. And then you put all those pictures of cats to the machine learning, so that once finally, if you use that AI, then it can say to you, if you give it one picture of a cat, then based on the training that it has done with all the pictures of the cat that you have taught this neural network, it can say that now I am seeing a cat. So that's just an example. So with machine learning, with the traditional way they do it is you'd have to have the phase of feature extraction where you teach it, these are all the pictures of a cat. Deep learning is different, and it is done in many ways. But a layman's description would be that you give it tons of input. Typically, this is done if the input is so many, or the file size, when they are digitally recorded, is so huge that it would be difficult for humans to assist with the classification. And also, if the input is very complicated. So what happens is that they would just give out all these inputs to the neural network, and then the neural network would try to do feature extraction and classification by itself. And then finally, if you're going to use it later, the neural network would be able to have its own interpretation of the classifications. So a good example, I think, about this is if you give someone bills, a couple of peso bills, for example, 100, 500, 200, 1,000. Even if someone doesn't know how exactly what the value is for each bill, I think a regular human would be able to create a stack of bills with similar denominations. So someone can pretty easily put all the 100s together, the 200s together, the 500 and the thousands together. So it's like that guy, you didn't have to teach him that this 1,000 peso bill this is its value. The guy can just by looking at the different shapes, the different colors of the bills, they can pretty easily segregate that or classify each bill. So that's just an example. But pretty much, this is a slide that Thor Guipo has in one of his learning modules in YouTube that I really like. Earlier, I showed to you about Tesla that drives cars. That AI is specialized to driving cars. And this, for example, a human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bond, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, and die gallantly. And he says in the end, Robert A. Henlin says in the end, specialization is for insects. Not all of us might be able to do all this, but I'm pretty sure all of us can do a lot of things. So this is the kind of AI other people are rooting for. An AI that is super generalized. It can do one task and then do another. So this is basically how one should compare AI to a human being. And then just a brief summary of what I have discussed so far. So under machine learning, then there is the supervised, semi-supervised, reinforcement, and unsupervised. Basically, this is more apparent when I showed you the slide on the machine learning where the AI is really being taught. And then the other one, which you just give them a lot of input, and then the AI will learn by itself. So supervised is the example on the extreme left, and then the unsupervised is an example on the extreme right. So there are semi-supervised and also reinforcement learning. This is another slide. It's not from a link here. I've linked in the presentation. The supervised learning are basically good for regression and classification. So if you want to teach an AI pictures of cats, of course, you'd have to teach it, give it all the pictures of cats that you know of, so that it later on, once it is shown a picture of a cat in the future that is not part of your library, it can at least say that's a cat with a certain amount of confidence. That's classification. And also there are regression. So basically statistical regression. If you give it a lot of data, it can try to predict where the data set will go through. Then we have unsupervised learning. Mostly this is done with clustering and association. The example I gave earlier where a human can easily segregate the number of the denominations. If you give them a bundle of bills, Philippine peso bills, a human being can easily segregate the hundreds from the 200s and the 500s. This is the same thing. And this is being used all the time by many different companies in our everyday lives. I'm quite sure a lot of us are registered with Netflix. Netflix this all the time. So if you watch certain videos, they record that, and then later on they recommend what kind of video you might want to watch later. So those kinds of applications to a business actually ensures that the video they're offering is always at least with the recommender system closely associated to what you're watching before, they will have more views. YouTube also does this and a lot more. So that's just an example. Then the last one is reinforcement learning. And this is when there is an agent and then you put that particular agent, or let's say in simpler terms, you are a guy and you're dropped in an island. And then of course, you'd be, in this example, you're alone in that island, you're just immediately dropped there. Of course, you'll have to figure things out yourself. Let's say it's very far from civilization, that island, and then you have nothing else. Then you have to figure your way out to either your way out or at least for the time being survive on that island. You have to look for things that will help you survive in a daily basis. That's exactly what others do with reinforcement learning. So what they do is they have this agent they put in an environment, and then they let the AI try to survive in that environment. One example is what they call this AlphaGo, but I will discuss that later. So just another comic brief. So this guy is asking, this is your machine learning system, and another guy on top of a mound of so many mathematical stuff, he says, yep, you pour the data into these big piles of linear algebra, then collect the answers on the other side. And the other guy says, what if the answers are wrong? Just stir the pile until they start looking right. So basically, I think that's one of the good summaries so far of what I've discussed. So these are just random algebra, basic math, but of course it's more complicated. But that people try to pile up and add more inputs, more data, and then stir it a bit until the output it's producing looks right. So this is from XKCD, which is a good comic that you can follow also. So this is a story. This is a picture of a book. The Royal Games, I think, is the title. One of the stories in this book was for a doctor, where the doctor was in prison during, I think it was during World War II. And the prisoners camp, this doctor had nothing to do. So what the doctor did is that he read all the books there until he found out, until he found out that I've read all the books and it's getting too boring in this place. And then he decided maybe he will play chess. So this doctor tried to play chess, but he has no one to play with. Then he decided, why not play with myself? He then later tried to split his brain into two parts. One is player A and the other player B. And then each part of his brain would play against the other. So this is now the doctor being one guy, mentally split his brain so that they can play against each other. And then at some point, this doctor, once he was free from the prisoners camp, would later meet someone else who was a master of chess. They played the game, and it turns out this doctor who had played by himself defeated the world chess champion. So this is an example of how one might simulate working with reinforcement learning or AI. So this actually happened just a few years ago, 2017. So AlphaZero was an AI modeled a bit similar to that fiction story I told about earlier. So this AlphaZero played by itself. The one that would win would later on do a match with itself again. And then another algorithm, Stockfish, was a good chess program that was one of the best chess programs before AI entered the scene. But Stockfish, being a program that was really developed only for chess, and had no way to learn by itself, was later on defeated by AlphaZero. So here's a note of AlphaZero on Wikipedia. That's a very interesting story, and this one is by DeepMind. You can follow along on YouTube. They have very good content about teaching machine learning, AI in general. Also, I'm linking here a learning resource from Kaggle. They have, if you want to learn machine learning yourself, it's a very interesting resource, and they have competitions also where you can try if you're improving in this field. So it's for those who are interested, then please visit this site. But that's not the end of the story, though. There are pre-trained models for those out there who would like to try out AI without having to invest in the teaching or training stage. Not all of us have huge amounts of data for a certain domain. Like if you want to train cats, then not everyone can produce a lot of pictures of cats. So if you want to train a cat detector, for example. So there are already existing materials for that, data sets, and there are also pre-trained models. So one of those that have a huge collection is TensorFlow. TensorFlow is another tool for AI development that is, I think, sponsored by Google, and they have quite a lot of pre-trained models. These, when we say pre-trained models, these are the networks, saved networks that were previously saved on a large data set. And by large, some of these are really large scale. And I doubt any one person would be able to collect by his own in some cases. Then, so these big companies have already done some of the groundwork on some of them. Also, some of these pre-trained models are owned by public domain and others by universities. So for applications of AI, NetZone specifically, we are more inclined towards edge AI, where we have the models trained already or from a supplier of these models, and then we integrate them with a whole suite of other systems and then implement this on the edge. So an example is attendance, facial recognition, crowd monitoring and control, QA, advertising, customer experience, image analysis, and chatbots. All this and more while being isolated from the internet. So we've already downloaded everything, the neural network, the saved model, and saved them to an example, this chip that we use for some of the clients.
I didn't understand that.
Okay, let me turn off Bixby. Okay, so this chip, for example, is one from NVIDIA. It's a good chip that handles AI workload really well. But these projects are quite interesting. This comic, for example, shows another case where a guy is asking whether the app should check whether they're in a national park. Then the girl here says, sure, easy. Give me a few hours. And then the guy said, and check whether the photo is of a bird. And then that changes everything. Now you need to be able to detect that if there was a bird in there. Then I'll need a research team and 5 years. Hopefully that will not always be the case today. So this is another scenario where a requirement can feel like it's easy to do. You just need an app that detects whether there is a bird or not, but it actually takes a lot of time. NetZone can be your partner in leveraging AI for your business. So we do R&D, technology integration, most especially with on-edge applications, where edge meaning there being no internet where you want to apply AI. And then we also do deployment, maintenance, and support, and training of staff or those that engage with this technology. Here's another clip. Customers are complaining about our home speaker product with the AI assistant. The other guys, it keeps learning family secrets and blackmailing its owner to buy upgraded parts. So this is another Dilbert comic, and I really like this because this shows the kinds of stuff that might happen if we abuse AI. So as an end note, I recommend for those who are interested of following through, there are some links here for responsible AI, and Microsoft, Google, and Accenture also have links here. Not all countries have the opportunity to where legislature has been prepared to deal with breakthrough technology like AI. I also think it will take some time before we have regulation on how far AI can be applied. And so this is actually just another slide, I think, which is a really worst case scenario if someone really implements AI really badly. So to end, just a quick demo for those who are following along. There are links here. I intentionally put them in bit.ly. So if you're interested, you can just type it on your browser and then click on copy to drive and then run all. So I'll just do this, try and do this, and so that you'll at least see how it works. But you don't have to follow along if you don't have your laptop ready. Let me open the link. Okay. So this is the YOLO example. So what you're just going to do is you're just going to copy the drive. And then after copying that, you will now have your own copy of this project. This is actually Colab, Google Colab. It's a product that allows you to run Python. And what's interesting is that if you click on Run All, they will let you borrow a machine in their data center, and then you can run commands on this machine. And then, as you can see, it's initializing, and now it's connected. It's letting me borrow a virtual machine that has a GPU in it. And a machine that has a GPU in it is quite a good example of where people can run AI. If that finishes the execution, you should be able to see now it's in this stage of the execution. This is, for example, in my case, I'm using this as input. I'm a fan of Big Bang Theory. I hope yours as well. And then it applies the YOLO neural network against it. And then the final output is a picture of how the AI understood the input image here. The next one is the next example is the Detectron. This actually takes too long to run, but what I have prepared I have executed this beforehand prior to this meeting, and same input, and then this is how the AI would understand it. So it is doing segmentation, this example. So now it knows that this bundle of pixels are a person, another person here. So it at least saw all of the people here. So if you have an application where you need to count the number of people, just like YOLO, this is a good example of that. And then it is also able to detect this green area is a dining table, and there are bottles on it, and then of course the handbags and everything else. And then another area is the uh, uh, some call this post estimation. So once it detects that there are people here, it tries to estimate how the position of these people relative to the rest of the image. So at least with this, if you need to check their position, for example, if their bodies how they are angled, every segment of their body, then this is one way to do it. And this is part of this example. And then this is another segmentation that is applied to the rest of the image. So it now knows that there is a rug at the bottom of the picture. And but at least it tries to detect those stuff. It knows quite a bit. Also, the last one is we fed it with this video. Then this video is actually coming from YouTube. If you want to try this out, then you just change this part. You find a YouTube video, and then you change this part. And then what we got is at the end is that you can download the result of this analysis, and then we can then apply the analysis for that for the entire video. So you can see here it's labeling what it sees in the video. And for the last one that I'll show you, this is one of our nodes that we can deploy. Let me close this one. So this is actually one of those chips that we have. It's running on just in a small box, and then we feed it a video, and in real time, in this case, it's trying to check if there are cars in the live feed. But in this case, this is actually just saved in the device for now, because we couldn't connect it to the network at the moment. But if you can try out this link, then you can open this up. Unfortunately, if you try this out, I lose the labels on my end. So these are the cars that are passing through. And there are also quite a few features where you can add lines of interest. And then if this particular car goes through those lines of interest, then it can count how many cars cross there. So this is just a few of the applications that NetZone has tried out, and if you have similar problems, then we can work with you with those problems and can be your partner in delivering solutions to solve those. And that's basically it. If you have any questions, maybe Jerome can, if there are any participants who need who have some questions, then maybe we can help with that.
Wow, thank you so much, Hale. That was really an awesome presentation. I know some of our viewers out there, especially the IT guys, would really, would really think that this is really gonna be a big step for them. So the links that you've shown earlier, maybe our viewers are interested in checking on that. We will be putting the description of that link on our comment section so that you guys as well could really identify and really play around what AI is, because I believe fairly I firmly believe that artificial intelligence, or commonly known as AI, is rapidly an advancing technology made possible by internet that may soon really have significant impacts in our daily lives. This will bring an immense socio-economic opportunities while also providing solutions to the ethical and socio-economical challenges that we are facing right now. So if you guys wanted to know more about this, please visit NetZone. They can create a better version of life through technology. Am I right, Hale?
Yep, thank you.
Oh,
I agree.
that's fine, and you're agreeing with that. Why I know that slogan, right? So of course, I do searching so that we can really promote what NetZone is. So of course, within the coming days, mga mad hackers, we will be joining with a lot more from NetZone. They will be teaching us what's the latest technology, the latest trends in technology we can use. You can also use in your products, in your businesses, that would make your life much more easier. So with that, we would like to thank NetZone and of course, Ma'am Charisse for joining with us this afternoon. Thank you so much. We'll be back for more announcements.
Thank you.
in behalf of all the chapter presidents of Mindanao, I'm inviting you all to this year's Mindanao Convention 2019 on October 7 and 8 at SM Downtown Premier, Cagayan de Oro City. This is an opportunity for you to learn, travel, and discover Northern Mindanao. See you all and Godspeed.
2, 1.
All right, guys. Grabe, no? It's 6:31 in the evening and we had a very full day today. We had so much fun from 8 in the morning until now, and we had so much music, we had entertainment, we had learnings karong adlawan. This is just the day 1 of Hackbang, and we are here live still in Hackbang TV. And of course, I would like to bring in my co-hosts. Akong co-host karon nga si Jerome. Hello, all the way from Davao, Jerome. Kumusta na diha? Alive pa ba ta?
King for our first day virtual hackathon in Mindanao. We're so glad that we're able to deliver ang ating event natin and deliver natin lahat natin. We're so overwhelmed with the numbers of views we have earlier kanina umaga, and we were so excited as well to check the number of views we will be having right after we end our segment.
Yes, and for all those mga participants nga wala pa nakasulod sa Slack room, please check your emails, check your spam folders, and maybe message us on Facebook and ask nga nung wala pa mo nakasulod sa Slack, because guys, your mentors are waiting there and the other teams are waiting for you as well. Magtambay ta dito, naad sa dito ga kahitabo ang atong mga ang atong some of our activities for our mentors and participants naa dito sa Slack room. So guys, if wala pa mo kasulod na yung mga teams na medyo siguro no, wala pa kayo nila na navigate ang going inside Slack, please do check your emails and check with us, the Hackbang team. I'm sure you're watching right now, so please do reach out para ma-meet na ninyo yung mentors again. You can start working. You still have 3 days to do that anyway. But karon, amo lang pong ibalik ang among invitation para sa atong cooking show. We would like to invite kay gamay na lang guys. Murag usa na lang tingali. We ask no nga i-flash karon on screen ang atuang QR code, because medyo ano naman ta karon, medyo lahi na tong style mangimbitar kasi na tay pa QR code na nalalaman, Jerome, di ba? So we would like to ask them kung pwede ba na ilang iingana ilahang ilahang phone sa ilahang laptop or sa ilahang monitors, because ayan, i-remind lang nato nga naata ugma, no? So I think there's maglisod ta karon sa technical na pag-share, but of course naata ugma kani kay Chef Melissa and of course kay Chef Jeff of Lime and Zest. Magluto ta og Chinese dumplings karon June 28. That's a Sunday. I'm sure nara mo sa balay. So that's Sunday before lunch. Timing kaayo if you already have the ingredients. Kung inyo tong na-click ang QR code, amo pud siguro ni i-post tingali no sa atong Facebook ang ingredients, so that even if wala ka inside the Zoom room, you can still check the ingredients and maybe follow our chef while nag-live siya nga nagluto.
Exactly.
All the way from Lime and Zest. And tomorrow, Jerome, mag-unsa man ta kay day 2 na ugma.
It's another live hackathon. It will not be the same, but it's gonna be a much more entertainment dahil bibigyan namin kayo ng isa pang konting stretch dyan. Bibigyan namin kayo ng yoga session. Pagkatapos sa umaga, meron tayong creating safe spaces. Meron din tayong online game development. Meron din tayong nourishing the home with Chef Melissa Saison. Of course, we will be joining by one of our speakers who will be talking about 8 healthy habits of high-performing virtual teams, how to transition your business to online platforms, yung uso ngayon. And of course, we will be talking about modular, containerized home gardening, online basketball camp PH, how to pitch your idea, and of course, we will be entertained by our guest performers.
Ayon, so na-mention ni Jerome no na we have natay cooking show. For those who like to cook, naatay gardening tomorrow, modular containerized gardening. O ayon, and naasad tay online basketball camp game no, katong mga hilig kaayo og mga movement din ha nga medyo karon na limit na, but of course dili ta dapat muundang sa atong physical exercises. And I think we can already share the QR code, may we request? Ayan. So this is Nourishing the Home. This is for tomorrow. Right, Jerome? No? Ugma at what time ang atong Nourishing the Home?
Our Nourishing Home for tomorrow together with our chef will be at exactly 11 to 12 p.m. in the morning.
Yon, 11 to 12 ta ugma, guys. So that's for tomorrow. So again, we will give you time to scan. Kaya nag-request dito atong QR code, scan may. Ana siya. Okay, and next, we also have for Chef Jeff, can we also share that? Maybe request for Chef Jeff's QR code. Kay para po ni this time for QR code of lime and zest, no? Kay Chef Jeff, ngo. So, imo na siyang iscan karon, and then you can go directly to Eventbrite, and from there, mo log in ka, and then if available pang spot, then ikaw ang isa sa makauban ni Chef Jeff na magluto here in the Zoom room. So, masyaging mo na yung mga tiles. Namo diya sa kilid pud galuto, gid pud mo actual. Of course, make sure na kumpleto ang ingredients, na ay strong Wi-Fi signal, and na-charge ang atong mga batteries, and make sure nga you have a good angle, and then magluto pud mo kauban ni Chef. That's on June 28. So, there you go, guys. And we would also like to encourage more people to help us in this cause. So, if you are watching us right now, and if you would like to seed or the ideas of our mad hackers, no, kung ganahan ka nga mo invest sa ilang ideas, because these are the ideas are possible solutions on creating lasting impact, to ease out our worries aning pandemic. So you can visit our website www.hack-bang.com. From there, naay tile dito that says seed an idea, donate or sponsor. You just click that. Easy ra kay guys. Daghag ways nga makahelp. Pwede siya through our payment channels, no? Na 7-Eleven, you can actually go there. At sa athenian.com, you can also go via PayPal, your debit credit cards, or direct bank transfer. Napunta sa mga kanang mga Palawan Express. Na dito ang link. You can just any amount will actually help the teams create their viable solution. So please do join us and be part of us and become part of our initiators and partners. Ayun. So, Jerome, kumusta man yung experience karon sa tong first day?
It's kind of tiring, but it's kind of fun, and daghan pagkugratunan because as a host, it doesn't really mean that you will deliver what was tasked for you to do, but of course at the same time I learned something from our speakers. We're able to connect to their network. We were able to create friends with them and have fun with them, and hopefully we will be joining them on another hackathon that will be happening the soonest possible.
Yes, no? So, sakto gid si Jerome. This is one of pinaka lahi po ni siyang experience for us, guys, because I have done online hosting, but this is different because this is like the whole day. We're almost like 12 hours duty, no? grabe nga duty din, guys. So, we are actually enjoying this, and this is also something new for us. And as newbies in the hackathon world, this is also an experience that I will personally will not forget for a long time. So guys, daghan pa kayo tag mahitabo tomorrow. So katong mga hackers, I hope na anay progress nga nagahitabo sa inyong pag-ideate, na anamoy connection with your mentors, nagstorya na mo kung unsay next step kay abi pag ganihan, no, sa kami ni Rhea, we're talking about how to frame a problem. So hopefully inyo na tong nahatagan og sakto nga framing ang inyong problem, and also looking for steps nga unsaon ninyo pag-solve nga kana nga particular problem, because we are really excited nga makita ang inyong mga output sa ato ang partner site, which is devpost.com, and dito na mo makita ang tanan output sa atong participants. And please do share this Facebook live, this YouTube live. We would like to encourage you. And Jerome, natay mga pa-promo, di ba? So, abi pa lang, wala tayong mga pa-promo. Ano sa may ito pa-promo, Jerome?
Bonggang-bongga.
Yes!
Or isa lang ba to? Isang Maharlika Siargao. Ano ba ang ma-offer ni Maharlika Siargao sa ating mga viewers, Owen?
Of course, Maharlika Siargao will be offering to you guys a room for 3 days.
Asa ka na kamo na bahala si Pamalite, si Maharlika na bahala sa inyong accommodation.
One room lang sa one. Sige. So, kana you have to ask, dili ko sure baka sabahan niya ko ni Maharlika Siargao. But we have one winner, and of course, how do you win? How will you win this kaning nga promo? One is nami pa Instagram. Okay? Because we have an Instagram account. Basin wala pa ninyo na-follow ang Instagram ni Hackbang. We have Hackbang PH in our official Instagram. So maybe what we can do, Jerome, is maybe they can take a photo of themselves inside their home as if naka-summer vacation sila.
Yeah. So nalang yun dapat sa upat kasulok sa balay, kwarto, banyo, CR, kusina, asa ba? Basta mag-show lang mo, mag-create lang mo isa ka post nga naka-summer mo, nga feeling
naka-summer attire, oo.
Summer attire, tapos naka-summer post, dapat may mga summer details and everything. Tapos, kung kinsa naman ang pinaka-guwapong output,
itag nila dapat si Instagram ni Hackbang, which is Hackbang PH.
Ilalabas mo namin ang whole mechanics niyan pagkatapos po ng event na to. Just check it out sa ating Facebook page, Hackbang. At ilalabas po namin doon ang ating criteria for judging and the mechanics. And of course, all of our participants can also join if you have some times, if you have, done with your resolution out there, you can join us as well.
Yes, and then Jerome, basin manghatag tag Food Panda. Basin ganahan ka manghatag ng Food Panda.
A lot of Food Panda vouchers for them. So if you guys really wanted to eat, order the food you love only at Food Panda. We will be giving you 100 pesos discount on your first purchase with a minimum purchase of 200 pesos plus free delivery po yan.
Ayan, so 'di ba? So mga basin ang uban 'di ba, nalingaw na kay silag tan-aw, nakalimot sila gluto. So, pwede sila mag-order sa Food Panda, magpa-deliver. Murag ako, Jerome, murag, I think wala pa ko'y panihabo. Wala ko ka defrost for my dinner. But of course, sige lang, sayo-sayo pa man sad. But yes, and of course, we'd like to say thank you sa ato ang mga viewers nga nag-uban sa ato karong adlaw. So thank you good kayo, no? Daghan kay kong mga friends nga kakakita sa akong timeline. Dili na lang ako mag-mention og mga names kay basin ang uban ani magmahay nga wala sila na appeal. But for those nga nasa kong watch party, salamat gid kaayo sa inyong oras sa pag-uban sa amo karong adlaw. And of course, oras na po na atong ipakita kung unsa basin bag nagtuo sila no nga kita-kita lang ni Shaila nagtuplok-tuplok ani atong screen, nag-share.
Guys, katong sa sa COVID conversation, kami lang po nagtuplok-tuplok. But this time, since this is a full day event, like is needed every segment, we would love to show you the people behind our
Yes, pwede ba nato maon ang isa ani ato ang mga tech team na laptops? Atong ipakita sa likod no kung unsa gyud ka dili nga. Hi guys. Ayan, wave naman boys.
Wave naman.
Ayan. So there we have our tech team. May mga mahiyain na pinatalikod lang ang portion.
That's Direct Jimbo.
That's Direct Jimbo and nagkakap. Of course, that's our creative director. We have Kong and we have also Aldre. So sila ang atong mga tech team. And of course, we have Dan from Comspec. Salamat kaayo for giving.
Matulungan na sila kabok pero gwapo kaayo ang amo. Murag gimig ka ng
Muragid mignog kanang unsa na gidno kanang pang ibang level. So thank you so much to our tech guys. Nakita ninyo sila. That's Direct Jimbo with a mask. Ayan. So thank you so much guys.
Work it out. So pila lang naka-monitor 1 2 3 4 5, di ba? Pero all the way smooth pa rin. Thank you so much.
Yes, so thank you kay our tech team. Sila ang ato ang mga behind the scenes nga grabe gid taon nilang paningkamot nga mutsada. Di ba taga-Cagayan gid ko. Mutsada mitan-aon sa screen. And also thank you also to Kim Lim and Dave Franco for all the graphics, no? Nga grabe ka colorful and grabe ka intense ang images nga atong kakakita on screen. And thank you also to our Slack team, no, atong communications team nga naayong taon dito nag-standby, nagsigig pangita sa mga participants kung asa na sila o kumusta na sila. So thank you to Rhea, to Novi, and to Sheena. Thank you so much for helping us out and also for taking care of our participants and mentors and speakers as well. And of course, I'd like to say hello to Shaila. Hello there. Nag-off duty na si Shaila. Kami ang karon ang closer. Mura tindahan closer o opener. Okay. Yun. So, lingaw kayo ta guys. So, thank you gid kayo no akong iro nagkisi-kisi na.
Of course, nice po namin pasalamatan ulit verbally ang ating mga sponsors dahil without their help, this event will not be made possible. Maraming salamat po sa 9,000 Events, Bytes and Pixels, the Caraga Creatives, Franco, Comspec Technologies, NetZone, World Web Forum, Metronome, When in Manila, Good News Pilipinas, Median, UM Tagum College,
And we also have fathers at Nino Urias University of Butuan, Kids Who Farm, our official hackathon posting partner DevPost. We also have Cloudsploit by Aqua. Thank you to Modern Nanays of Mindanao, Echo AR, Project Lupad, Bajic 89.3, We Viral, Love Radio, JC Voiceover, Food Panda, Center Stage Artist Circle, Maharlika Siargao, The Farmers Factory, Slice of Life, Barangay 100.7, Nindutaa, Bouchard Prado, The Travel Club. Speaking of, no, ang Travel Club, kaning ROX, Brat Pack, manghatag sa tag items from them. We also have Arlene Hidalgo and Company, Tiny Print Room, and of course, we have Jam Sound Lab nga maoy nag-record and master and nag-mix sa ato ang official theme song, Hagit. And speaking of, kanang inyong gapaminaw always nga instrumental, would also like to say thank you to Jojo Garbilao for allowing us to use Victory Jam as the official instrumental theme song of Hagit.
Thank you so much everyone for spending your day with us. Hopefully, kayo nag-enjoy at marami kayo natututunan. And of course, we're still inviting you guys to join us tomorrow. It will be another fun and fulfilling day for you guys because I think within the long run of the 4-day event, we will be able to reveal the best team who have the best solution to each pandemics or each challenges that we are currently facing on. So we will not be taking much long of your time. This has been Jerome, your host, streaming live in Davao City.
And of course, I would like to say thank you to all who are here since this morning. Thank you so much for supporting Hackbang, the first virtual hackathon in Mindanao. And for those who do not still know what Hackbang is, please do visit our website, www.hack-bang.com. And my name is Owen, streaming live here in Cagayan de Oro City, Mindanao, Philippines. Guys, daghang salamat. Bye. Bye, Jerome.
Bye. Bye, Owen.
pangutang. Alina ang patangin